Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the November 12th and 13th meeting of the Charter School Review Board. I hope everyone had a nice weekend. And as we are on the heels of Veterans Day, we want to, on behalf of CSRB, once again, thank all veterans who have served or currently serve our country and for the sacrifices that they make. Let's please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. The Charter School Review Board works to ensure the existence of high quality charter schools in North Carolina. Ethics statements. Review board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflict of interest as we handle the work of the review board. Does any member of the review board know of any conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us at this meeting? If so, please state them for the record.
I will be recusing myself. I'll be recusing myself from Granite's charter school.
Thank you. If during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to the attention of the chair. It'll then be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. We have before us the agenda. Thank you to Ashley and her team for putting together a full agenda that we have over the next 2 days. I hope you've had a chance to review all of this on eBoard. I can have a motion to approve today's and tomorrow's agenda.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agenda for November 12th and 13th.
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. We also had our last meeting in October. We had the minutes provided to us again in eBoard. Hopefully you've had a chance to review those minutes. Are there any, or can I have a motion to approve the October 2024 meeting minutes?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the minutes from October 2024.
Thank you. Can I get a second? Thank you, Mr. Godby. Any discussion? All in favor of approving the October 2024 minutes, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, passes unanimously. Okay, with that, let's jump right on into a pretty busy agenda today. So Ms. Wetzel, I'll turn it over to you.
The speaker.
All right, there we go. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Good morning, board. We have 4 amendment requests this morning. Our first amendment request comes from Nalanda Academy. They are requesting to relocate over 5 miles. They are a public charter school in Wake County, and they're scheduled to open next August, a little less than a year after receiving approval for a 2-year delay this past April. Initially, they plan to open with grades 2, and with the 2-year delay, they anticipate opening with grades K3, enrolling 196 students during their first year. When fully enrolled, they plan to serve K8. Their initial plan was to open in the 27560 zip code, and then in April, they were approved for a location in the identified target zip code of 27604. They are now requesting relocation to a newly identified target zip code of 27615. It's more than 5 miles from the previously approved location and remains in the Wake County School District. There's no anticipated impact to the approved budget in their application. You can see their enrollment chart there, input process, their board of directors. They are here today to answer any questions, and all required documentation has been submitted to our office.
Thank you very much. Any questions from review board members?
Mr. Chair, I was reading the minutes and I didn't see where they have a secretary.
Is someone here from the school? Could you address that? The question is what, in your board, who is the secretary?
Yes, Miss Amy Dave.
Other questions about this amendment request?
I have a question about the specifics of the locational move. You didn't have an original location, correct? You just have a zip code?
Yes, finally, we couldn't sign on the lease contract and the last minute fell through. So yeah, we just had the zip code. We didn't get the building in our hand.
So when your notes stated 7 miles, that taking the road, not as the bird flies, but taking the road at 7 miles, what is the 7 miles? Is it from zip code to zip code or from a specific identified location to a new specific identified location?
It's a crow fly distance from the last zip code to this particular zip code, actually.
Like
Yeah.
from the border of one zip code to the border
Yeah,
of
from that
another?
address to this address.
So we don't know really what the school distance would be
No,
from your original plan.
So the distance that we are mentioning in the request is 7 miles. It is from earlier identified location.
It was identified.
We did identify location, but we could not sign the lease. But now we are able to sign the lease and we now know the location as well. So the distance by road is from that location to this location. And the distance from the previous location and the zip code between zip code, it's like about less than, I think,
Less than a mile.
less than a mile.
Mhm.
So
From
the
border
two-
to border.
Border to border is less than a mile.
Okay.
But from place to place, it's about
5.6.
5.6. Right.
Can you
Okay,
guys give a
thank you.
summary of the impact this is going to have on what you guys feel this is going to do to student enrollment? This move, is there going to be any kind of impact in your
We're
study?
we're not anticipating to have any much changes. There was a school previously there, Oakchart Elementary School. It's the same building. We are moving into it. So pretty much demographics wise, whatever we had originally, we're pretty much anticipating about the same kind of demographics. What would you have?
The original plan called for K2. By year five, you would be K6. So now the plan is K3. And by year 5, you'd be K7. And I'm assuming you'd go to K8. Are you also adding beyond that, or the ultimate goal would be K8?
We got approval for, at this point of time, for K8. So we are hoping that hopefully we'll be able to, it all depends on how we're going to do
Probably
it.
year 6.
Yeah.
Okay. Mhm. And you've increased your anticipated enrollment by 50 students when you open in the fall, right? You anticipate increasing your enrollment by 50 from the original plan?
It was 196 students that was originally was given. So we are sticking to it, but we are anticipating we'll have more enrollment. Yeah.
So your notes say that the original enrollment was 146 and now it's 196.
Right. So originally, when we were approved in 2021, it was for K to 2. So that was for 146.
Right.
But then when we
Right.
came for an amendment,
Okay.
we started from we proposed to start to
K3.
K to 3, and that added to 196.
Okay, I follow that. Yeah, it's like you're picking up in year 2
Yeah.
with what you had planned to do.
Yeah,
Thank
adding
you.
one more grade to it. That's
Okay.
right.
Uh-huh.
How many of the original board members are still on the board?
All of us.
All of us.
All of them, which is how many?
So right now, all 3 are from our original board members, but
Yes, Sandeep Agarwal is there.
Manishi Deva.
Sandeep Agarwal, he's with the Wilson Charter School. He's still there. Manishi Deva, he's still there. So out of 7 members, we have 5 are there still.
And we added 2 more.
Yeah, we just added 2 more there people.
I noticed you also have the support of Charter Success Partners with your social media and your website. Are they doing any other responsibilities for you, handling any other tasks?
Right now, we are limiting it to social media and the marketing aspects, website as well. And we will add services as we deem fit,
Mhm.
as
Okay.
we
Just
work
sign
with
the,
them.
sign the.
And we just signed the contract with them over the weekend. Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
for a 3-year term.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to accept this change in venue. They've been waiting 2 years to get the school open and now they found a spot. So I want to support them in that effort.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. The motion is to approve this amendment request. Ashley, we're going to do a roll call vote.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado.
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope. Aye. Shelley, can you unmute? I know she's online, but okay. John Eldridge,
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
All right, it passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ashley, can you hear me now?
All right. All right, our next amendment request comes from Crossnor Community Charter School. It's another ready to open school. They're a public charter school in Forsyth County, scheduled to open next fall. In a review of their original charter application, the administration and the board of directors identified some areas that they wanted to update. The board of directors is requesting amendments to their curriculum, school calendar, length of the school day, and their enrollment for the first year. Some of these are amendments that our office would normally approve, but we are bringing these to the Charter School Review Board as Crossnor is in the ready to open process and present several requests. The first request is to request to amend their curriculum. In their original charter application, there was a list of specified curricula that they wanted to use. They're proposing that the curriculum be amended to, their language be amended to allow them greater flexibility in their curriculum choices, allowing them to respond to the latest developments in educational research and align their materials with the current best practices in education. Should I go through these there are 4 different requests. Do we want to present all of these together and then you discuss at one time? Got it. All right, the next request is to amend their school calendar. The school calendar will roughly align to the Winston-Salem, Forsyth County Schools calendar as it pertains to major holidays. There will be a week-long break, and then they will have some additional professional development days prior to the first week of school. So they wanted to make sure that that was included in their charter application. And their strike-through application is also included in the documents that were uploaded to eBoard if you wanted to reference those as well. There's also a request to amend the length of the school day. And the original charter application, the school day began at 7:30 a.m. and ended at 4 p.m. That included some out-of-school programming time. So they want to adjust that to from 8 a.m. and then to end at 3 p.m. This will provide the amount of instructional hours above what is required by law. And then their last request is to amend their year 1 enrollment number. Originally, they were going to have 80 students enrolled from 1st grade through 4th grade, and they want to add kindergarten during their first year because they have the facility space to do that. The building design and construction progress supports the addition, and in subsequent years, they plan to add 1 grade level and 20 students each year. By the 5th year, they will have their full capacity of 180 students serving grades K-8, and then they will have the classrooms ready for use for K-2 by next fall. There's enrollment charts included, the original enrollment, and then what the proposed enrollment, where you can see the addition of kindergarten with the addition of those students. They got input from their board of directors, and we have all required documentation in our office. We do have school representatives available today for any questions.
Okay, thank you. And reminder, they're scheduled to open next
Yes.
August 25. Yep. Okay. I guess as I look, and this is more of a comment, I guess, from my fellow CSRB members, more than a question, kind of a question. When I look at we take apart the four things, I think I don't know that we typically have schools come before us with amendments for like changing their school calendar or the school day, as long as they're meeting the state minimum of hours, but certainly the curriculum I think is pertinent, given that they haven't opened yet. And so they're changing the curriculum that we initially approved the application for, as well as the, obviously the enrollment numbers and grade levels. Those usually come before us. I don't know if anyone disagrees with that. So I guess that's a long way of saying maybe we focus in on the curriculum and the enrollment figures and school grade numbers. But anyone have any questions for this applicant?
I think it's a significant amendment to change their curriculum and their enrollment numbers and their calendar year and the school day. And they were having an hour of tutoring at the end of the day, which was my understanding is why the day went to 4 o'clock. So I'm wondering, is tutoring being eliminated or did they just shift it? Because that was part of their academic plan. And, you know, one of the pieces that made it a very positive plan and something to help students be successful. But also, according to their notes, unless I read something incorrectly, they are changing the name to Anderson. And that wasn't mentioned. And so that would, I think that needs to be in the amendment as well.
We haven't received a formal request for that. But that is our understanding that they do have plans to change the name, and we will be able to approve that in office, just like we could, technically we could approve like the calendar. But because these are several requests for a school that has not yet opened and you all approved the application based on what was in the application, we wanted to bring it all forward to you. We haven't, as a staff, talked with them substantially about the name change. I have concerns about the name change because we have another charter school called Anderson Creek, and sometimes that can become very confusing for people. So yes, that is, we have heard that is coming. We have not received a formal request for that yet. So that's not up for you guys to vote on today.
So I guess I would just say I'm interested in hearing from the school and also from my fellow board members, because I think the 5 changes together are somewhat significant. Changing it from the application that was approved, not that it necessarily would stop them or be a problem, but just a point of discussion.
I think that's a great place to start for them, is to tell us the story about why all the changes, right?
All right. So to start with some of the previous changes before the name change, things were, the things that were put in the, oh, I apologize. My name is Rashawn Meekins, and I am the principal of Crossnor Community Charter School. And prior to me being hired, the charter was set, and as I was hired and went through the charter myself as the new leader, I saw some things that I felt that were too set in stone, such as the curriculum. I wanted to have some flexibility as the leader to kind of research different curriculums based on our intended student population and be able to reach out to some of those and not just be set in stone with one curriculum. So that's for that change. Another change with the calendar is we will have a lot of parents that may be teachers within our school that have students, myself, in the Winston-Salem-Forsyth County school system. And it was important to us that the spring break and some of the holidays line up. So we switched some of those based on what Winston-Salem-Forsyth County Schools District voted on for their next year calendar. I created a calendar and presented it to my board for approval. Let's see. The name change. I'm gonna have my board chair talk about the name change.
I'm Catherine Northington. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to all this. The crux underneath all of these changes really has just been progression in the development of the school. We were fortunate to be able to hire a principal this year with the support of Crossnor. And so having her professional input in places where we didn't necessarily have a principal before when we submitted that application prompted some of this. The actual length of day change, when we looked at that, tutoring will still be available for sure, but our understanding of what you all wanted in the explicit hours was instructional time. And what we put in the application was broader than that. So that was an issue of aligning with what we thought you all wanted in that space, more so than changing what we intend to do at the time. The name change, we have a donor who has given $5 million toward the construction of our school in honor of her late husband, Dr. Stephen Anderson. So the name, therefore, that was a an honor for us to be able to do that because he was an exceptional human being and their family has been supportive and interested in this from the very beginning. So that was the prompt for that. And we understood that it could be handled at a later date. So we thought, let's just get the charter right first and then we'll tackle that.
Yeah, a lot of that makes sense.
Yeah,
But
I mean, yeah, thanks for the summary. I think that clears up a lot of the questions about why so much at one time, but what I'm sorry, what curriculum did you end up going with?
So we haven't decided on a formal, I'm still getting bids from different curriculums. Wonders is still in the running. However, I'm also looking at like Wit and Wisdom and other ones. I'm still doing research. So we're still in the bid for that.
You want to change the name of another school in Durham?
Yes.
Okay.
do you like to change the name of our school?
We understand.
Well, I think that I think the curriculum is probably the largest thing. And then basically it sounds like they're just asking for flexibility. And I think a lot of schools probably do that and don't come to us and ask. They just adjust to what really works
Right.
with what they're doing. So all of that makes sense.
The only thing that I would comment on that, as you probably already know, is when you do figure something out, I don't know what your staff development plan was in the original application, but there's going to obviously be, if you're implementing something new, that folks are going to be coming from all over the place that are going to teach and are going to need some support. Just keeping that in mind.
So we have 2 weeks prior to us starting of strictly professional development, which the majority of that will be curriculum each day. And I'm working now continuously on my professional development plan, but that will take place in those 2 weeks so that we're ready.
And what was the name change going to be?
Anderson Academy.
And we said there's what, Anderson Creek?
Anderson Creek.
So was that what the family chose, or is the ability to put his first name there too to clear that up?
We can go back and inquire for sure. What the piece of the puzzle I would offer is that our school will be, we aren't a for-profit looking to build a network across the state. So it is 200 students in Winston-Salem. It's a very specific purpose. It's a slightly different context than maybe a broader kind of statewide issue might present, if that helps. But I'm happy for us to go have a conversation with the family and see what makes sense.
So more traditional for what you're talking about is if someone donates money for capital is to name a building rather than to change the name of the school. So maybe just something to consider as you're having those conversations.
And also, I was looking at your enrollment. For 9th grade, you will have only 180 students. Is that because you can't find a facility that's larger to increase your class sizes?
Specific.
That is because of the model of the school and the audience particularly that we serve. Our focus is children who've experienced trauma, essentially, and it's modeled after the Williams Academy in Crossnore, North Carolina, which is about 150-ish. We expect to have community students in that school, but it's not just a wide open come one, come all. It's really designed with classrooms, 10 students, a lot of support. Crossnore Communities for Children, the organization, is providing therapeutic supports through their programs. So we can operate with a smaller number of students and provide that because of the supplemental support. We don't have to, there are services that another independent school would have to provide that we're able to pull in from a partner, which makes operating with fewer students still economically feasible.
Mr. Chair, I feel great explanation. I appreciate the clarity and wow, congratulations on a terrific donation. I support the amendments that Crossnore brings forward and like to make a motion that we approve.
I second the motion.
All right, we have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. I guess the only thing that gives me pause, and I'm going to vote for this motion, right? So, but I heard you say you don't know, you're asking to change the curriculum, but you don't know what you're going to change it to. And if you were not yet approved and you were before us and you couldn't tell us what your curriculum was going to be, I don't know how we would react to that. I think I'd know how I would react to that. So going to put a yes vote into this with a lot of faith that you're going to make the right choice there. So any other discussion?
I'd just like to make a comment regarding, this is way off in the distance, and it's for something for our board to think about. But assuming that the school is up and operating, our renewal standards are such that the students that this school is going to enroll are very likely to underperform the district, the LEA in which they're located. And under our current methodology for extending charters, they would be at risk of not being renewed. I've had this discussion before, but we need to consider reassessing how we do those renewals. And this school is a perfect example of why that's important. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Dr. Dan, I don't disagree with you on that. We talk in terms of the comparability metric. And yeah, before we wrap up tomorrow, we're gonna have a quick discussion about that.
Looks like you guys are already up for renewal. Good job. I agree with Bruce. I'm a little concerned when we approve an application for a particular curriculum and certain things, but at the same time, that is what charter school flexibility should be about. I just don't hope when it comes to this board, we're not setting ourselves up when another app comes and wants to make a change instead of what's already been done once or twice. So I think we should caution that. I'm certainly going to vote for it, but I do have some concerns, but I appreciate your presentation.
Any further discussion? Okay, the motion is to approve their amendment request. Ashley, let's do a roll call vote.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado.
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
okay, we're trying to get her on mute, but I don't think it's working. Okay, John Eldridge,
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Okay, it passes. We'll send you an official approval letter.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did we just, I mean, just for clarity on that motion, do we cover their name change too, or just the ones that they brought forward
Just the
today?
ones today.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, our next amendment request comes from Thomas Academy, and they were requesting to lower their ADM. They're a public charter school in Columbus County, currently serving approximately 60 students in grade 6-12. The school has been in operation since 2013. They've been placed on governance non-compliance by OCS for low average daily membership. In April, that status was escalated to governance disciplinary status because the ADM remained below 80. They're required to maintain at least 80 students according to general statute. The Thomas Academy Board of Directors and school community are requesting an amendment to their charter application to decrease their enrollment from the required 80 students in order to serve a small population of students. They're located on the campus of the Boys and Girls Home in North Carolina, and they serve a unique population that includes residential and community students in grade 6-12 from Columbus County and then 8 to 9 surrounding counties. The school serves over 120 students during the school year. However, their enrollment fluctuates. They've continues to experience this fluctuation in the student population due to the placement of students in residential care. Their infrastructure supports resources for both academic and social emotional learning, and the expertise in their faculty allows the school to accommodate a larger student population. They have not been identified as low performing or continuous low performing. They have input from Thomas Academy's Board of Directors, and we have all required documentation from the school. And we do have representatives from the school here today to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. Quick clarification. Is this school considered an alternative school?
Yes.
It is, okay. But in the original charter that was approved, they had not requested
Correct.
the threshold of 80 to be waived
Correct.
as part of their initial application.
good question.
Okay, so that's, yeah. questions that board members may have? So what immediately comes to mind for me when I hear this request is that, we have that statewide or the state law that is an 80 student minimum. We have applied that before to schools and recently as last year shut one down because they were not able to meet that minimum. They too had not asked in their application for that minimum to be waived. So I'm just thinking historically for consistency's sake. And to the contrary, had been telling us all along that they were going to meet that minimum regardless. Seems to be a little bit different, particularly because of the nature of the school itself already being an alternative school and the nature of the students. All their students just don't show up in August, and then they have their group of students for the year that they're getting students throughout. Would it be fair to say mostly throughout the fall semester, or are you getting students throughout the entire school year?
It is throughout the entire school year.
And for clarification, what you just said, if I remember correctly, the statute allows alternative schools to be below that 80 threshold, unlike the school that we had an issue with last year that was not considered an alternative school, which is what put it in that category. Is that correct?
Yeah, that my recollection is that is correct. Even a school that's not an alternative school can get approved for less than 80 students, but they had to ask for it as part of the original application.
And I think a lot of the major concern with the enrollment would be that it works financially. How feasible is it to sustain a school that small? And I don't know what support they get from the Boys and Girls Home, but that would be a key piece. And I didn't see any financial information submitted that would show the numbers and that they have that worked out, but that would be important.
Yeah, that's actually, I think, a good question. Like you're asking to not be bound by the 80 student state requirement. But there does come a point of financially, you have to have X number of students to make this work. So talk to us a little bit about the budget. What is that number?
It's an excellent question. My name is Mark Murphy. I'm the president of Boys and Girls Homes of North Carolina and also the superintendent of Thomas Academy. One thing I just want to say off the bat is we view this as a temporary measure. We have had to close 6 of our cottages due to remodeling this year. And that has been a significant and the primary reason why our ADM has fallen below the numbers. We've just gotten 2 more opened up. We've got 4 more to reopen. That will be happening during the school year. To give you an example, that in itself would be an additional 30 youth on our campus. So we are doing this because we recognize we've been in non-compliance. We do not see either the need or the desire to continue to have a school below 80. We anticipate that we'll be getting back up to some of our more normal numbers, up in 90, close to 100. So just to let you know, this is not designed to be a permanent thing. We literally had an issue with some remediation of mold in some of our cottages. We've been around for 70 years. Our cottages reflect that. So we immediately paused placements till we could remediate that. And as we're wrapping that up, homes will reopen. And Boys and Girls Homes in North Carolina, which the Thomas Academy is an umbrella under, absolutely does support financially Thomas Academy and will continue to do so.
So this, what I'm hearing you say, this is not a situation of reduced demand for your school, but just space.
Yeah,
available.
we have waiting lists to get into our programs. And so as soon as the cottages reopen, we anticipate kids will be going in. We had 3 new students admitted last week, and those all had to do with the teen mom cottage reopening. And so all 3 teen moms immediately were placed. And of course, their infants aren't in our program, but immediately that cottage was full, and we had those 3 young women admitted. We have an emergency shelter of 10. We have 2 more cottages that hold 8 youth that are school aged. So we've got the numbers are coming. We just couldn't get it, and we didn't want to keep on pretending that we were not in compliance. Not that we pretended, but
Understood.
Good comeback.
Other questions?
I appreciate your mission and what you're doing. Ashley, are they on any kind of financial non-compliant or any other non-compliant due to low enrollment and things like that?
Not to my knowledge, it's this under 80 will keep them on non-compliance. So that's kind of why we wanted to have you guys hear it so that we could have that, you know, if approved, then they have that exception. And if they get over 80, once these open, great. But if not, it won't be a matter of us constantly having to put them on non-compliance.
And what, to further did, what I understand you saying is that the Boys and Girls Club is filling in any gap that you have with low enrollment until you get your ADM back up.
Correct. Yes. And it's Boys and Girls Homes of North Carolina.
Sorry, Boys and
That's
Girls Home, sorry, not the club.
You mentioned you had a waiting list, and I see in your letter that you can accommodate, I assume once your cottages are repaired, a student population of 117.
Correct.
So if your cottages are repaired, do you have a waiting list to get you to that number, or where will your waiting list get you once all your repairs are made?
So that would add an additional up to 30 kids in our program. And we have plans to expand an additional 10 beds, but that probably won't happen during the school year. So we really do see this as something, our campus historically has been around the 60 to even up above 70. We just happen to have fallen because of these changes to 30. The rest of the kids in our community make up the attendance or the ADM. We are working to grow the community, but I think just like the previous organization that was mentioned, we have a very specific population that have experienced trauma that we serve. And so we are working to grow the community youth as well. But the campus kids are really what make the foundation of the kids on campus and in the school.
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to go ahead and accept these amendments as presented to us by Thomas Academy.
And I second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the amendment request and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Ashley, let's do roll call vote.
Stephen Gay. Bruce Friend.
Aye.
Rita Hare.
Aye.
Dave Machado.
Aye.
Hilda Parlay.
Approves.
Todd Godby.
Aye.
Bart Danielson.
Aye.
John Eldridge.
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
It passes, and we'll get you official documentation so you guys have that on record. And then we'll also notify other divisions so that they are aware.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you
very much.
Keep up the good work too. Thank you.
Thank you very much as principal of Thomas Academy. Thanks for your guidance and continued support.
Well, thank you for working with students that many of our schools are just not equipped to serve like you do. So thank you.
Ashley?
All right, our last request today comes from KIPP North Carolina. They're requesting to consolidate KIPP Eastern, losing track of my thoughts today, KIPP Gaston and KIPP Halifax. So the boards of KIPP North Carolina and KIPP Eastern North Carolina seek permission to consolidate the charters of KIPP Gaston College Prep and KIPP Halifax College Prep effective this coming July. KIPP Gaston was founded in 2001 and then followed by KIPP Halifax in 2014, and they are 12 miles apart. Both schools currently share the same mission statement and instructional operational model. As a result, KIPP continues to send Black and Brown students to college at rates far higher than other public schools serving East North Carolina, the state, and nationally. So there are 3 primary reasons for this request. Number one is the search for students to enroll at both campuses, and generally across all of rural Eastern North Carolina has gotten particularly challenging over the past decade. The search for talent to fill the school-based positions from classroom teachers to bus drivers has also been challenging over the same decade. And this has been more so after the pandemic. And then the third is the KIPP Gaston and KIPP Halifax seek to collaborate and not compete with each other. As far as what they're requesting operationally, the vision of the consolidated model places a unified K-8 cohort on the Gaston campus, and there would be 3 different learning academies, and then the 1 high school, Pride High, at the Halifax campus. And their enrollment, the current allowable ADM for KIPP Gaston is at 1408. The 1,680 student count represents a 14.2 increase in ADM for the KIPP Gaston charter. So the KIPP Gaston charter would encompass both the 2 existing campuses, Gaston and in Halifax. They would continue to offer families the same services with transportation, meals, programming, athletics across the campuses. No student would have to reapply, and no staff member would have to reapply for their job either. No new bus routes. Actually, new bus routes would need to be created, and some staff would face maybe some different commute times. So the board seeks to keep KIPP Gaston the name post-consolidation, and will consider a new charter name to reflect this new identity following the 8 months of family and stakeholder engagement through July. They're not seeking a change to their mission statement, which was last approved just after the creation of KIPP North Carolina in 2021, and no change to their instructional model at this time. In addition to this summary, KIPP has developed some slides that they'd like to share this morning, and then then you can have questions. So we do have a representative from KIPP, and Megan, if you'll pull up those slides.
Good morning, y'all. I'm Tim Saintsing. I'm the Executive Director of KIPP North Carolina. I have been in front of you before, and it's a privilege to be back here in front of y'all today. Today, I am seeking a request to consolidate both Gaston and Halifax campuses. I, in one person, am responsible for being each other's fiercest competitors. KIPP Gaston and KIPP Halifax spend a whole lot of money competing for staff and students every single year. And we are 12 miles apart in a region of North Carolina that is quickly shrinking. And what I would like to do is stand in front of you today to request this consolidation, so I do not have to, in 10 years, come back to you with a far different request for either one of these two schools. As a reminder from all of our work together in 2021, KIPP North Carolina is responsible for 4 separate charters now, about 2,900 kids across the state. We have a presence in Charlotte, K-8. We have a presence in Durham, now K-8. And we have been operating for the last almost 25 years in Gaston, K-12, with Halifax coming online about a decade ago, K-8. Next slide, Julie, thanks. As we just said, we are literally 12 miles down I-95 from one another. And our competition for students, staff, and other very precious resources, we are pitting one another, each other against each other. And that has become expensive. And that's also become not altogether unsustainable. I'm coming to you with really firm enrollment numbers. Over the last 10 years, we have never not hit enrollment numbers, and I do not anticipate that ever changing. I'm coming to you from a place of relative strength, and that we have never not been able to hit enrollment numbers and support the staffing model at either of the two charters. I just don't know how long that will last. When you isolate our enrollment K-8 at Gaston on one side of I-95 with the enrollment of Halifax K-8 just down the street. When I look at these two maps, these maps are relatively the exact same. The blue dots and the purple dots are representing where the K-8s are coming from, both Gaston and Halifax, and those two maps are virtually identical. What that shares to me is that we are pulling students from the exact same residency patterns for either of the two campuses. However, in this next slide, and I've shared this with the letter, we are operating and want to continue operating in Eastern North Carolina, where the demographics between the 2010 and 2020 censuses have dramatically shifted. In between those two censuses, if you take a look at the Halifax County, the under age 18 population between 2010 and 2020 shrunk by a quarter. That is where half of our students are coming from. Northampton County, where Gaston is located, that same period of time between the two censuses, that population of under 18 declined by a full third. That represents the single largest decline in under age 18 population of all North Carolina's 100 counties. When we launched, Julie, if you go to the next slide, when we launched our kindergarten operations in Gaston in 2012, 2013, we were pulling 15% of all the live births 5 years prior for our kindergarten enrollment at Gaston. We brought Halifax online in 2017, 2018, just 12 miles down the street. That market share went from 15 to 35. now this year, that market share to pull the enrollment at both of these campuses, we are pulling 51% of all the live births from 5 years prior. I have no idea where that number is going, but I suspect that that number is probably going to either stay consistent or rise, which is why we are trying to act now to consolidate and not compete with one another. That's for students. When you look for staff, if you go to this next slide, all the over age 18 population in all of the counties, if you rank North Carolina's 100 counties by change in population from 2010 to 2020, Halifax County had a almost 8% decrease in the adult population between those two censuses. But Northampton County is sitting at the very, very bottom, third from the bottom at 18% decrease. This is the pool from which we are pulling teachers, bus drivers, social workers, nurses, front office staff, everybody who makes KIPP home. And if you think further about it, we are pulling the college college degree holding individuals from this population. So that population from which we're pulling is even smaller and has also probably likely increased at a faster rate than that 18% decrease. So what we are coming to asking for you to do here on this final slide is to consolidate both of these campuses so that we make better use of our assets across these two locations. It's our proposal that we would create a K-8 school on the Gaston campus with 3 separate learning academies, K2, 3-5, 6-8. That would then allow our high school students who are currently on this Gaston campus to have a distinct, very unique, special experience just down the street in their own facility so that they are not in high school in literally all the exact same location that they went to kindergarten. So we were doing a little bit of rearranging between those two. As was mentioned by colleagues at DPI, we're going to be sandboxing and have quite frankly, started sandboxing what the transportation needs are going to be as we make this shift. There would be absolutely no shift in school nutrition or transportation. Those are hallmarks of what we do out in Eastern North Carolina, and we will continue to do that. But we were liking to use the next 8 months prior to this being effectuated on July 1st to do some fairly intensive community engagement to one, hold every single one of the families currently in our care next year, and the same with staff. I am 8 town halls deep and several office hours deep with families and staff and students as we begin to think through this potential shift. That's the last slide, friends. I am happy to answer questions or thoughts and reflections y'all might have. So I appreciate it.
Thank you for that, and thank you for the overview. So I think my question, I think you may have just touched on it, was what has been the communication with staff about this potential shift? They go from competing for the same students to now serving all. How's this overall been received by the staff at the schools?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. I did not want to wait until this public presentation to share the possibility of this shift. So we have been softening this ground for a few weeks now. Overall, generally, it has been received positively by staff and families. I have all of my student town halls coming up, so we'll see exactly where that goes. I think people understand that it makes sense to people. Folks are looking around at the community in which they live and work, and they know that these dramatic population shifts have happened. And they also know that they're competing with one another for themselves and for the students that they serve. I do think there's a real concern, and I understand where it comes from, of my commute is going to shift. If I live in Rocky Mount, which is already a 40-minute drive to Halifax and Gaston, that this may add another 10, 12 minutes onto my commute, that is real. People who are also very concerned about childcare. Am I going to be able to get off of work and make it back to wherever my student is spending the day? I will also share that we run a fairly robust childcare program at both of our campuses right now that will also consolidate. So as people begin to wrap their minds around this, it makes intuitive sense that we would do this. I think the big unknown is just exactly what size of an impact it will be, and I think that's what the next 8 months is gonna entail.
Does this impact any athletic programming that you have either at the middle school or high school level? Looking at the pictures here, it looks like the K-8 school is the one that might have a pretty large football or athletic field. Maybe my eyes are old. I don't know. Maybe I'm not seeing that.
Those are great eyes. Yes. So the football stadium is sitting on our Gaston campus and has for the past 20 years. Our athletic programs at both Gaston and Halifax have already been merged and have been operating as a single unit, a middle school unit for a very long time. So there won't be much change from a middle school perspective. From a high school perspective, really the only impact that this is going to have is on the football program and needing to bus our boys from their proposed location in Halifax to the football field over in Gaston. As I have shared with anyone who will listen, because this is question number 2 or question number 3 that always comes up in these conversations, is what are we going to do long term? And we've got 35 acres of space on the Halifax campus, most of which is not been developed. So it is our hope that we are sliding that football field, a potential track, soccer field, baseball fields, things that we don't have now to a much larger space at Halifax. Will not happen in 2025, 26, will likely happen in somewhere around 26, 27 or 27, 28.
The board minutes that you submitted were pretty perfunctory. They just will dissolve Halifax and move on with the consolidation, and it was passed 8-0. But there are no details, there's no information about discussion or any board member concerns.
Yep.
Things that they raised. Do you have board members present, and can you also share what concerns they expressed?
I do not have board members present, but I can, we have been talking about this for 2.5 years. We started this study of population shifts back in 2021, 22, when we merged. I took it upon myself to actually do all of this during COVID for not just Gaston and Halifax, but for Charlotte and Durham as well, where we operate, just because we wanted to make sure long-term that we were going to be actually viable given the shifts in populations across the state, most profound in Eastern North Carolina. We have parent representation on our board and we have alumni representation on our board. This has been a 2-year-long process. So you may have to go back in several past minutes to sort of see what those discussions are like. I think there was a real concern about staff and retaining staff and what that would actually entail. And there is a real concern around, will our families make the shift to, I've chosen Gaston or I chose Halifax for very specific reasons. Will they actually make the shift to a unified campus is a real concern, because we all know that enrollment is the thing that makes all of this happen. We have traditionally budgeted about 10% off of what the final enrollment will be. So we are doing something very similar. We're also running budget exercises of what if we're 15 off, 20 off, 25, 30. We're running all of those things right now just to make sure that we have all those scenarios planned. Again, in all of my conversations with families, I have heard well, what will my bus route look like? Or what will my athletics look like? And so once I think those details come online, it's my firm belief that most of our families are going to make this trip with us to the unified campus.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you, Tim. Good presentation. For clarification, do these schools each have its own charter?
They do.
Are we relinquishing one charter, or are we gonna, have you are you merging them? You know, you talk about merging, but you're still going to have two charters when it comes to the state? You
No,
Talk about that?
yes, we've thought about that. So what essentially would happen is the Halifax charter, July 1st, if this is approved, July 1st, 2025, the Halifax charter would essentially become moot. I am specifically not using the word relinquished because that would trigger like closure laws, and this is not a closure. And then the Halifax campus would be incorporated into the Gaston charter. The Gaston charter is up for renewal in 2026. So this is actually the perfect timing for this request because they are starting their self-study and they will be before you next year. So you'll be able to see kind of, you know, they're a year in, how are they doing with this new model?
Other questions?
I mean, just throwing this out there, it doesn't cause any problems for the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
It's a great question. I have not heard from them.
I would just recommend that you check into that so that you don't find out in year one that you're ineligible. There might be something you have to go through with like school number,
Yeah.
things like that.
Well, right now, there's only one high school, and it's sitting on the Gaston campus.
And that's getting ready to go to the Halifax campus, the high school.
That's right.
I would just ask the question so you don't
I
get a
appreciate it.
nasty report.
Okay.
Outside that, it's presentations like this that make our jobs to me easier. So that it was great information you brought forward. And I appreciate the fact that you're looking ahead to try and solve problems before they occur.
Yeah.
Because all too often we're reactionary as opposed to being proactive. So thank you. And I will go ahead and make the motion that we accept this consolidation and I make the motion to approve.
And here's the parlay seconds.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Or comments? Okay, hearing none, Ashley, let's do roll call vote. The motion and the second is to approve this amendment request.
Okay, Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado, Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Right, it passes. Tim, we'll get you an official letter and then we'll kind of talk through some of the logistics just about what exactly that will mean and making sure everyone in DPI is aware of the change.
Great. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Yep. Okay, we're going to take about a 7-minute break. That'll give time for us to take a quick bio break and the applicant to be prepared to come to the podium. So we'll come back at 10:09.
We're now at page 12.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I mean, if they don't all. Great. Oh. I'm gonna move pretty fast through like those first 5 slides. I'm just gonna not really focus there, but. No. When I start talking, you can, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't text you that. I texted you that other thing. Yeah. Okay. No, you know, I'm sorry. Halloween night was like. That's what I thought about. Let me. Oh, yeah. I made, they have all these recipes out there, cookies with leftover. Especially took all this candy and we had a giving during Friday and I like really all the chocolate candy out and chopped it up, but it.
You didn't, where are they?
They're gone.
I know.
Immediately. On
Yeah.
Saturday, we had friends over on Friday night and then we donated for the big game on Saturday.
Oh.
My family things.
Yeah.
And then by Saturday, my husband was like, where are all the cookies?
They're gone.
I wanted one out.
You missed it.
You made it too long.
Are we ready to go, Ashley? Okay, good morning, Ms. Brackley, and turn it over to you.
All right. Good morning, Chair Friend and members of the Charter Schools Review Board. Good to see everyone. So we have three standard applicants this month slated to open in the 26-27 school year. And so as in every other month, we have general statutory legislative references, administrative rules. They are just pertinent things that have been linked to eBoard for reference for you and the public. On slide 6, I'll just start and begin with just an overview of our application process in the office. So upon completion of the evaluation, each applicant is provided with a summary feedback document. The document has been evaluated by 3 evaluators, 2 external to the agency, and then each application has been evaluated by an Office of Charter Schools consultant. We also have evaluations from the NCDPI Exceptional Children and Multilingual Divisions. And every applicant has been provided this summary feedback in preparation for their interview. Each section of the application is rated and commentary provided. And so the office has provided this summary feedback document to the board chair and then the designated primary contact for each application. And so just a reminder on our next slide of what the recommendations are. Motion to approve to ready to open, motion to deny for ready to open, or you can hold over for a second interview. And so it looks like right now all second interviews are scheduled for the month of December. And then also just a reminder that we also now have the appellate function that belongs specifically with the State Board of Education. So if you render a denial, applicants can now petition to the state board for an appeal. And so today's interviews, all round one, will be an hour in duration. I will intro both schools today, and they will be allowed the 10-minute opening statement. And then second round interviews next month are abbreviated. We can move past that. Yep. And then I think today's interviews and applications are headed by both the policy and the performance committee. I believe Chair Friend, you're heading the policy application today, I believe, and Ms. Hare, you have your performance committee application. And then I believe tomorrow we have the policy committee taking lead. And so we do have Granite Charter Academy here today. And yeah, we can go there and just really quickly, the applications today, Granite Charter represents Chatham County. We'll hear from Mecklenburg County School later today, and then Forsyth County on tomorrow. And so just a little bit of data about Chatham County here. We really just kind of highlighted in the office those residents within Chatham County that are under 5 years, under 18 years, or 65 years and older. Just a word about Chatham County. They have a population of greater than 76,000 residents. Their census data, the 2020 census data shows that persons under 5 years and persons under 18 years is actually lower than the state percentages. And Chatham County also currently has a significant higher rate of persons 65 years and older in comparison to the state at large. And so Granite Charter Academy, they are a repeat applicant. We did hear from them in our 2022 application cycle. Their mission is to provide an education that is rigorous, relevant, and meaningful to each student in a safe and supportive environment, resulting in academic, career, and technical excellence. Granite Charter proposes to be a fully K-12 school. In their first 5 years, they will open in graduated beginning in K-6, by year 5, K-10, serving a little over 1,100 students. They do anticipate being a National School Lunch Program participant. Granite Charter will also provide bus services within a 10-mile radius through a third-party vendor. They will also organize community and carpooling pickup points. They will utilize a weighted lottery to bring in students designated as educationally or economically disadvantaged. And they do propose a new build facility with approximately 100,000 square feet in the 27312 zip code. This application was, there was application assistance provided by Alliance Education Services, but Granite Charter will not utilize the services of a management organization. And so we just have a map here of Chatham County and the surrounding counties at large. You're able to see what their projected enrollment demographics are along the side here. In Chatham County, there are currently 3 charter schools with 21 traditionals. At the time of application, it appears that there were 8 original board members. I believe that there has been an addition of 2 board members today. And so we will allow, I believe the chair is Mrs. Holly Fracaro, and our primary contact has been Mr. Steve Griffin. I believe they do have a new board member that they want to call to the floor to allow the introduction statement. So at this time, we will call up Granite Charter.
Good morning.
Good morning. Let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Jim Crawford. As commissioner, I guided the tax incentives and zoning changes that brought the Wolfspeed and VinFast plants to Chatham County. As a trustee of the Central Carolina Community College, I've put in a decade creating a resilient workforce for these and other employers. I am very proud to serve as a board member of the Granite Charter Academy. The Granite mission is to build a K-12 school dedicated to its graduate success and all the career paths emerging in our community. First, the Granite Board would like to thank the CSRB for this opportunity, your time, and for the feedback and recommendations you gave during the application processes. We took to heart the constructive feedback from the prior cycle to develop a K-12 program that encourages even our youngest students to develop career interest and awareness. Building trades, culinary arts, nursing, environmental systems, and applied technology are some of the professional pathways that Granite shall develop to meet the need in the Silicon Valley of the East. It will provide students with training opportunities without incurring debt or having to travel from their hometown. Its program is non-restrictive. Graduates who choose to pursue baccalaureate degrees will be prepared. We have brought to our board professional educators, including myself, Mr. John Eldridge, Mr. Nick Montgomery, Ms. Cheryl Littlejohn, and Ms. Samantha Amaral. These members have extensive experience in K-12 education, including charter school development and operations, college and career counseling and CTE education, and the NC College and Career Promise, dual enrollment, and school improvement. These educators can also provide Granite Charter Academy access to networks of experienced teachers, professional development, and collaboration between our local and district schools, community colleges, and a variety of business supporters. We also have been blessed to add Ms. Chelsea Upchurch to our board, the proud owner and operator of a successful general contracting firm. The remainder of the founding board, Steve Griffith, Polly Fricaro, Randy Voller, and Sam Edson, provide decades of experience in government, legislation, commercial and residential real estate development, and local skilled trades and business ownership. 9 of 10 board members live and work in this school's community, and 8 of 10 members have been deeply entrenched in this area for decades, if not generations. They are personally invested in the success of this school. The board recognizes that Granite Charter Academy success hinges on full participation from the community at large. To diversify the student population and provide equity among economically disadvantaged and non-English speaking families, the board is elected to offer a weighted lottery for EDS students and made extensive and intentional outreach efforts to the growing Hispanic population. All marketing materials will continue to be published in English and Spanish. To date, the Granite Charter Academy surveys received nearly 110 positive responses from Spanish-speaking families and over 40+ surveys from English-speaking families. Additionally, we received positive feedback and support signatures from nearly 100 people at live events with local associations and community meetings. After reviewing feedback from the application review team, the board met multiple times to discuss any concerns and challenges and will continue to take feedback provided in the best interest of children and the community to ensure that Granite Charter Academy is successful. The board discussed your notes related to the academic programming goals and observed that the academic goals for year 1 were grounded in collated academic performance data of students in the counties from which the school would likely serve based on 2022 and 2023 report card data. The board will update year 1 goals based upon new student performance data from the 2025-2026 school year and will incorporate fall baseline data assessments. It is also the board's expectation to see annual proficiency growth and individual student growth to exceed targets, always mindful to decrease any existing achievement gaps. The board will make Granite Academy a high-performing school. Our mission-based learning program will rely on the workshop model to allow for small group hands-on activities and problem-solving projects while following the NC work-based continuum for learning. In addition to the core curriculum that is assigned along with the NC SCOS, our mission-based curriculum will be integrated via partnership with LifeHub for financial literacy, a Legos robotics program, project-based math skills taught through construction math, various on-site, off-site presentations, field trips, and future internships and apprenticeships by way of participation with our business partners. The board's K-12 blueprint includes transportation plan and NSLP-approved food service program to eliminate any barriers to entry for students. As you see in the application, we have identified a site in Pittsboro and developed several capital financing options. As a governing board, we bring over 200 years of experience and expertise in education, finance, operations, development, and governance to the table. We are confident that we can develop, open, and operate a high-performing, career-focused K-12 Granite Charter Academy. It will grow year over year in sync with the residential and commercial growth in the greater Chatham County area and will produce a workforce-ready, highly talented group of graduates to fill an ever-growing demand for skilled workers. On a personal note, I'm a blue-collar boy. My father and mother both worked making Sylvania flash bulbs in a GTE plant in Montoursville, Pennsylvania. My daddy farmed close to 100 acres after his daytime shift, and I and my brothers helped him. I worked as a waiter, a motorcycle messenger, and a carpenter to fund my pursuit of higher education. Here is a chance to give back, pressing my values as an educator into the task. I am proud that in 2018, as commissioner, I championed and instituted the Chatham Promise, whereby any high school graduate can get 2 years of tuition at Central Carolina Community College paid by the county. The result is a thriving K-14 system, which needs more participants. Granite Academy is a brand new concept tailored to meet an unprecedented need to fill skilled jobs and place the rising generation into lucrative careers. Chatham County needs a career technical school. Please help us bring one to life. We will take your questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are you okay? Okay. Dr. Crawford, thank you. Did any other board members want to make any introductory remarks? Okay,
But we do have a closer.
you have a quote?
We have a closer.
A closer, okay. We'll come back to you for that. Okay, fellow board members, our questions for this team.
I guess the start would be, they've been before us before, and they had even had a second interview. What from that experience from the last time they were before us has changed? How have they adopted the application based upon the questions that we asked? That'd be one that I have. yeah.
Do you have a specific question in mind, what the specific concerns were? And-
Well, I think one question is that very clearly they're coming for us now as a K-12 applicant, correct?
Mhm.
Where I think before there was, I think it was K-8 with, well, maybe we'll do high school, maybe we won't.
Mhm.
I don't mean to
That's true.
oversimplify that, but
It's true.
Yes, sir. I'm happy to elaborate further. My name is Holly Fracaro. I am the president of the Granite.
Could I pause you a minute?
I'm
Ms.
sorry.
Vaccaro? If you don't mind, let us gather some questions.
Oh,
and then
I'm
we'll
sorry,
throw them to
sure.
you all at one time. Okay. So we appreciate your eagerness to respond. So, board members, do you have other?
Yes, I did.
I have a few questions.
I have some also.
I noticed in your letter of recommendations, some of them refer to K-8. So I was wondering how old your letter of recommendations are. Hopefully you have current ones in there. You're in there also, you said your board members must live in North Carolina. That's very honorable. I appreciate you doing that, but can you confirm that that is going to be in your bylaws? And you also, I'd like you to talk a little bit about your transportation plan, cluster stops or where you're going to go, that sort of thing. Thank you for doing a weighted lottery. A lot of apps don't come in weighted lotteries anymore. And then you also mentioned relationship or with Woods Charter and Chatham Charter. You don't talk about sharing wait lists, but you say they're going to tell the people on their wait list about this option for Granite. That's very innovative and out of the box, and I hope that's what they do. But can you talk about that a little bit too?
Okay, other board members?
Yes, and you mentioned that you will only serve students with disabilities or with special needs. Will there be any other services that this alliance will provide? I noticed that real estate was mentioned and wanted to know if they would be involved in finding the building or the facility. Safe Space is also mentioned, and I wanted to ask if you are affiliated with the Safe Space for battered women and families. What percentage of the weighted lottery will you achieve? You mentioned that you will serve K-4 students with CTE as part of those courses. To what extent? Since typically CTE is middle school and up. So how much will you engage students with the CTE curriculum?
Okay, these are some great questions. Other board members, anyone online as well?
Oh, and one more
No,
thing.
we expect you to remember everything and then respond.
And one more thing, in the letter from Raymond James, it mentions that you will be located in Chapel Hill. Now, I know you can have a Chapel Hill address, but physically or geographically be located in Chatham and vice versa. So exactly where will you be?
And lastly, I guess if we have time, I'd like to dive into the budget. I do have some questions about personnel. I think as I look at the budget, I've done a good job of identifying the positions that they're going to need to get you into a K-12 school. I just have some questions about where they have enough people in certain positions. School counselor being one of them, so.
Okay, so clearly we have some questions for you this morning, and I remember you were here 2 years ago. I think it was probably last month, maybe 2 years, that you first appeared, and we actually brought you back for a second interview because we felt like we needed more information. And at that time, there was deliberation about whether to approve then. And we actually thought you'd come back the following year with an accelerated app. You recall that? And then you've actually taken 2 years, and I think it's been a good process. I see the development in your application, and the changes in your school structure and in your planning. Everything has come through much stronger. And again, but you're not being really compared to 2 years ago because that was a different application with really a different school plan, although it was still a workforce, that workshop model, and it's still about career training and preparation. This is a different school and a different application. So if you want to, now you kind of get a sense of the idea, the types of questions that the board members have. If you want to just begin addressing, I can throw some back out if you need recall.
So what's great is we're kind of like, the Avengers here. We have superheroes who can address all the different questions. My name is Randy Voller. I was one of the original board members. I'm also a member of the Orange Chatham Association of Realtors, which supports this and is very keen on this. I want to answer the real estate question just right off the bat. And I guess the first thing is I want to thank you for the process 2 years ago because it did help us develop a more robust application. It's K through 12, which was clear last time is where we needed to go. And I feel really good about the work that's been put in on this and where we can go once we get started. I was the mayor of Pittsboro, and I actually recruited Dr. Crawford. Maybe he will smack me for this, to get involved with county politics, and he did his time too. So we've all been in Chatham and local politics. To address the question about the zip code, which is a fascinating question because Chatham County, like many, has a situation where Sanford has a zip code in our county, right? You have Apex with a zip code, Cary with a zip code, and Chapel Hill. The location where we're wanting to put the school and is in the application actually has a Pittsboro zip code and a Chapel Hill zip code. So when someone says Chapel Hill, they're really meaning the same. You have to look at the PIN number that's in the GIS. It's going to be located there, but depending on where it literally moves, Briar Chapel, if you are familiar with that huge development, is a Chapel Hill zip code, but Farrington, which has been around longer, is a Pittsboro zip code across the street. But it's the same location. So we plan on being in the same place. We plan on being in Chatham County and serving Chatham County. So some of these other questions, I think other folks could come up, but I thought I would just nail down location right off the bat.
Thank you. I know Holly wanted to share. Oh, okay. As your board members are coming up, I did want to add that we gather information on every board member and review that, and we don't have anything on Dr. Crawford or Chelsea Upchurch, so I know that you're that new. But we gather an information form as well as your background check, and so we need, I guess those have been submitted or should be. They have
Not
not.
yet. They will be.
So we had 8 board members in our packet. Do you now have 10 or okay, you do have 10.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. To touch upon the personnel, we do have built our budget around getting a school counselor and a bunch of different needs. We also have about $232,000 set as reserve in case we do need extra personnel, because we won't actually know the needs until we start doing that enrollment. So we wanted to make sure we had that. On top of that, we do have other budget items around $250,000 just based on technology, equipment, and other needs. So we wanted to give ourselves some flexibility as we are new, and we need to be able to address some of those needs for our students and for our staff.
Good morning, Cheryl Littlejohn. I'm one of the new add-ons. So the questions that I heard, I want some recall, but I think that I can speak to my specialty is in Title I schools. I own Executive Coaching Enterprises in Gastonia, North Carolina, and I have a proven track record of moving schools. And when I say moving schools, going in to change climate and culture regarding Title I students that have had some difficulty. So when I was recruited to this particular board, I had, and I'm gonna say this, some serious dialogue to the needs of the students that were going to be addressed in this particular Chatham County, especially the charter. And so my questions were answered. And that's why I'm standing here before you today, because I believe that this particular school is needed in this community when it refers to, and I'm gonna say CTE, when you're looking at that K through 12, and you're looking at the curriculum that's used, whatever curriculum that the principal, that we collectively will get to hire, all of our curriculum is going to be aligned to state standards, number one. But when you're looking at that K through 4th grade, you're looking at Legos. We said math and science, all of the, I'm gonna say, work that the students are going to be doing will be aiding them in as far as construction, as far as plumbing. And so when I look at the model, I said this is a blue collar community. Well, where I'm from is Gastonia, North Carolina. This is much needed in our community. That's why I'm on this particular board, is because I believe that what they have put forth is going to aid not just the students and the parents, but this right here is one of those supply and demand. The workforce, there is a demand for these particular trades and people in the community. So this particular program at the school is going to be a twofold. It's going to aid the students from a curriculum standpoint, but you are going to also fill a demand that's needed in the particular, I'm going to say, careers or jobs that are already available. So that's why I stand before you as an African-American female, and I have a company that does great work, not just in North Carolina and others. So I had particular interest in this particular model because it's going to serve the community well, but it's going to be, I'm going to say this, I add on to what I want to do in Gastonia, North Carolina.
Thank you. Also former head basketball coach, right?
Yes, NC State. I was with Kay Yao. And God rest her soul, but I played for the greatest, and that's Pat Summitt at the University of Tennessee.
Wow.
So my programs that I have, and in talking to the lead here, is that I also own a restaurant that was featured on Restaurant Impossible. And so we have a program that's called Developing Champions for Life. And it's not about basketball. It's about going into overtime with young people. And we know the basis is important. So we're coaching young people to be champions in life, not just in sports.
That's great. Thank you. Would someone want to address? Yeah.
I missed that. I'm sorry. I was going to address the first question.
Percentage of weighted lottery.
Yeah, so, yep, when it comes to our weighted lottery, we're going to be intentional about our advertisement with our kids. We know that there are 33% of our children who are at low income and disadvantaged. We also know that there are 30% of Hispanics in the Chatham County, and about our outreach to them, because we want those kids at our school. So that's how we're going to do it. And then our system for our weighted lottery will take it from there.
So no percentage that you're targeting.
It'll be 50%.
50, thank you.
Do I dare approach? Hi, Holly Fracaro, president of the board. I want to address the question our opener did as well, but the improvements that we have made since returning, we took that time. We really worked within the industry that I represent, which is the home construction industry. And we built a K through 12 program. It was, initially our desire, we came into that application conservative, And we took your feedback and we agree wholeheartedly because we do believe that giving opportunities to young people in the K through 4 exposure to all of these wonderful opportunities is important. And then carrying that through middle school and high school. We have developed an amazing board of directors. We had a good board when we started. We have an amazing board of directors now. I am so proud of the individuals standing behind me. And I think that we have a better understanding. We took 2 years to really understand, those of us who weren't entrenched in public instruction, to really learn and understand. We brought in a CDC from a public school currently, and we're bringing that to you today as a much more professional, engaged, and confident board of directors, and that Granite Charter Academy is going to be an amazing school. Thank you.
Bruce, did you have a follow-up to that? I know you're interested in how it's different.
I'm good. Thank you for that.
We also had questions about board members living within North Carolina. Also cluster bus stops, if someone wants to address those items.
You want to do the bus stop or?
Yeah.
I'm Steve Griffin, and I'm one of the founders of the board, and I've been working with charter schools since we wrote the bill in '96. I currently work with 175 schools in 3 states. And I served 8 years at North Carolina School of Science and Math, and that helped me learn about school board governance, also paying insurance claims when the board doesn't follow governance. So I've learned a lot about that. And I currently serve on the board at UNC Wilmington, and there we're doing the same thing at UNC Wilmington. We're changing our curriculum to meet the workforce demands. And that's what this school is really about, is meeting those workforce demands. The bus stops are going to be based on the demand, where the students come from. I know Samantha is the expert on that with what she's done with all her years of experience. But another thing we really want to do, it's the construction industry, y'all, is the most equal pay for all the genders. Yet the construction industry is only 11% female. And so we have Chelsea, who's a general contractor, and she is going to be a great role model for these young ladies that come up and want to get in the construction industry. We'll talk about the bus stops.
So thank you, Steve. So our bus stops are going to be based off of enrollment. We are going to do a contracted enrollment. We have the money in our budget set aside just for that. On top of that, though we are not counting on this money, I was successfully able to put in 4 electric buses at Maureen Joy Charter School through the EPA grant, and that's exactly what I intend to do at Granite as well.
I'll address the question on board members residing in North Carolina. We will have that as language stipulated in the bylaws. It's our preference as a board. It's not a legal requirement, but it will be articulated in our bylaws.
And I guess we wanted to clear up any confusion. There was K-8 references to, I think in some of your recommendations,
Sure.
letters of
Yeah.
support. So your supporters do know your K-12 and you have current.
Absolutely,
Supporting her.
absolutely. All of the letters of support have been affirmed. Both the Home Builders Association of Durham, Orange, and Chatham Counties Board of Directors has a resolution supporting this, as does our foundation, which is a 501c3 charitable organization and supports all of our workforce development activities. That would be the arm of the association that would be working with myself and the business community to continue to support the school through pre-apprenticeships, through fundraisers, in all of the ways that we can help connect these young students to their community.
Can you address, can you address what has the communication been with Woods and with Chatham about the wait list that was in your application? Just like some clarification on
Yeah,
that.
I'm the wrong superhero for that one.
Yeah, so just full disclosure, I currently work with those schools as their insurance agent. And so I've been in constant conversation about that. So since their wait list is pretty dang long, and they're one of the top high schools in North Carolina, they're probably our biggest cheerleader is Woods Charter. And then we're going to be over there kind of near them, but also Willow Oak and one of the Chatham schools. So it's probably a really good school location. Does that answer your question?
I was unaware, I think I probably knew this in generalities, but I was unaware of the significant gender imbalance in the industry.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, have you considered a gender weighted lottery in any way?
Yeah. I think that's a phenomenal recommendation.
Yeah.
One of the things,
Yeah, unless
I
your
don't know
school
about
is
that.
specifically a specific single gender school, that would pose lots of legal issues. Yeah.
That was a question and not a recommendation.
I'm gonna say that,
The board's lawyer is happy with your clarification.
we're excited and smiling about that, but I'ma just speak, and I know our time is winding up, that I was pleased because of great ideas just like that when I brought some concrete information, and I think came with a different perspective, and I was intentional about making sure that community stops and just the suggestions of, you know what, a lot of these young people may come from housing authorities. So one of those community stops may have to be at a housing authority complex. And it was welcomed. And I think that the board in itself will be intentional about making sure that this weight is carried out.
So that kind of ties in with Safe Space. Are you affiliated with Safe Space?
I'm not.
So, yeah, okay.
Once we get the charter, and I think everybody right here is in agreement with, there's a lot of unanswered questions, but I think that 99% of the application, that it was intentional about coming back and making sure that all of the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed. But the Safe Space, obviously, and I'm gonna say this, common sense isn't common, but common sense here with our superheroes is that it will be a safe space, and all of the things that's needed to make sure will be added.
Right, but I was in reference to the foundation, if you will, for battered women, not so much security.
Exactly.
Can I ask a question? Oh, sorry. What is your projected cost on the facility?
Let me pull up my budget.
Well, it's in the budget. So so right now, it's probably, you're talking about 2.8 million
20 million, yeah.
long-term. It'll probably cost more than 20 million. Do you have to acquire the land?
Yes.
It's probably gonna be 30 million all in. And then your revenue projections on year 5 are 11.5 million. And then, if the facility is 2.8 million, you're talking about 28%, roughly 26% going to facility of revenue, which is way above the targeted threshold. So best practice is 15. A lot of charter schools are above that in North Carolina. So I guess that's just a lot of money, and the budget can kind of make it seem like, I guess I'm just wondering, you may be somewhat under projecting revenues per kid 5 years out. I guess I'm just wondering, are you aware that you're budgeting for 28% or let's say 26% of revenues going to facility? And frankly, I don't know, to other people, like, that's really, really, really high. It's like, it's probably untenable to run an effective program.
Alex, more than anybody, the hardest thing right now is facilities. That's why these schools aren't opening. So we're definitely going to have to go find resources.
And with good rates through the public bonds with the US funding, those firms are going to help us with the budget.
What do you mean, like the USDA? Are you gonna be able to get USDA? Because that's a
Yes.
nightmare. That's gonna take 2 years, probably.
Well, we know people, so.
And if you do go
I mean,
USDA,
well,
make sure you go direct.
Yep, and we do have a conservative budget on revenue for that very
We're
reason.
pretty confident about. the
Yeah.
resources. We also have the backing of the largest home builder association in the country, North Carolina Home Builder Association.
Mhm.
Holly's the national executive director of the year. They have 16,000 members and we have their full support. They want to help us raise funds for the school. We have a lot of capital.
Mhm.
The businesses, Randy can speak to that. The businesses that have reached out to Randy in the Chatham County community, it's immense how much how many jobs are unfulfilled right now. So they're going to be another big benefactor.
2,500 open jobs that need certified laborers, and we want to fill the need as soon as possible.
I think you asked really compelling questions. I spent a lot of time looking at that budget and going through it. We had already nailed down, I come from the development world. We had already nailed down the land, so that's not really an add in, right? When I was looking, it's going to be less than you said, sir. I don't want to put something out here. I guess, should we say it on the record?
The application states 15 to 20 million was your projection.
Was the total cost, which included the land, exactly. It included the land. Well,
So maybe you have the base, I mean, the reality is like.
it's relationship
Right.
based. So the reality is, some of my clients owned land out there. I know who the landowners are. I know what's going on with the schools. There was a question earlier about cooperation with Woods Charter. I know the folks, I was working with them when they were still in a shopping center, and they come to me to talk to clients of mine to actually have their cross-country meets on property that friends of ours own to work with them. So the land issue, we felt very confident and nailed down. And yes, it's going to take a lot of work on all our part, but I spent a lot of time reviewing that with our team, and I felt very comfortable that we could meet that.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, I do think I think you're under projecting on revenues, actually, which honestly, I think it's hard because you're looking at hold on. Yeah, I mean, the budget is it doesn't assume any increase in state funding, which, is probably going to happen. Yeah, and the revenue, I mean, the revenue numbers, I don't know if you've calculated all the per pupil in there. I think you're gonna get some Title I depending on, well, the DOE might not exist in a few years, which, could be good or it could be bad in terms of additional funding. Well, it remains to be seen. I think that there's if you Google the Charter School Growth Fund, they have an affordability tool that you can use to play with and project affordability. I think the thing that I always want to push back on is people come up here and say a whole bunch of stuff and it doesn't mean anything. I'm not questioning your credibility. I think this board is one of the better ones that we've seen in a long time. And I know a couple folks on this board, and they know what they're doing. I just think you need to go back and look at, and realistically, if your interest rate, that's really going to drive a lot of it. What is your interest rate? What is your capital that you can bring to the project? But you should shoot for really no more than 20% of your projected revenues going towards your financials, or going towards your facilities, because otherwise you're potentially just going to undercut your program, which is frankly what a lot of EMOs do. Is they gut the program, they're paying 15% on the facility, maybe 20 plus a 15% management fee. So you're talking about 35% and not going to anyways. I won't get into that too much, but I would just recommend that you go back and relook these.
And we're not going to go in the state retirement plan because that's bankrupting our schools.
Right. I do think you all have relationships with people in terms of zoning and I mean, that's, I mean, Steve, that's
Yeah.
that's
We got
where the, I
community.
mean, it's, yeah.
I tell you, it's for me, it's personal because my dad was born in Bynum. My grandfather moved to Durham because Durham Public Schools were the best school system in North Carolina in 1915. Now I'm going back to Chatham County to start a school because the county I live in, our schools are low performing. The other thing, this is the third fastest growing county. Jim will tell you, Dr. Jim will tell you, they're welcome us to build a school.
Thank you.
Chatham's exploding.
Thank you, board.
Chatham's exploding.
Thank you, board. I'm going to have to call time on you. Sorry, we may come back with some follow-up questions, but our board needs time to deliberate about what we've heard. So bring your ideas.
Rita, they get a
They can close
10-minute
first.
closing statement. Yep.
You
first.
may close. That closure you mentioned, there you go.
The closer, the fixer. The most important thing that I can say, and it doesn't even take 10 minutes, that this board has already done its due diligence. And I'm gonna say this, a wealth of resources, and you can't put a number on it, is people. So when you have a community that is behind an effort, I mean, we can all see a community effort regardless of which way you stood on the election. Okay? The people in this community have spoken. And a wealth of resources is going to go behind this effort to make not just the community better. You're looking at 2,500 jobs that need to be filled. And I'm going to say this, money is not the issue. And a lot of times when people come up here before this board, they don't have the resources. They don't have the capital. The capital is the least of this board's concern, is because they have people that have capital. It is having, I'm going to say this, a diverse board that's going to meet the needs, and it's intentional for the young people. That's going to make sure when we say it's going to be 20% of this, and I told them, I said, even for bilingual students, the ELL, I said, it is not okay to just have a secretary or a custodian that speaks Spanish. I said, we need certified teachers that are bilingual. I do work in Durham County. I'm on my way to one of the lowest performing schools in Durham today. I told them I would be on the ground recruiting what? A staff that's going to make sure that they're going to give 100% of what the students need. That's the intentionality behind this particular charter. So I respect Mr. Alex. I mean, you drilling, and you know what? My sister is like that with me. She's going to drill down. But you know what? You cannot do anything with favor. Favor form a community that has unlimited resources that say, we are behind you. So the money is not the issue. The issue is that we as a board is going to stand by our intentionality to make sure that the curriculum is aligned to state standards, to make sure that all of the students that, even from a recruitment standpoint, I told them, it is not going to look right when I look up and it's 80% white people at this school. So I'm that person that's going to make sure that we carry out what we intended to do. But I will say this, the need that we have right now with our industry, we don't need to waste time. We need to get a building erected. We need to recruit students to make sure all of our marketing materials are said what we said it was going to be. It's going to be in Spanish and it's going to be in English. We're going to actively go out and recruit a principal that don't think that she can do it, but guess what? Has a proven track record in Title I schools, that they know how to move and have growth and gains inside of a school. So when I say, yes, it's intentional and it's personal, but I would say this, kids right now, families are dependent on this charter. For generations to be changed, it needs to have a program and a charter like this so it can make significant change in a community. And it starts with a board. It starts with people first. People that have connections. And I'm gonna say, God rest her soul, but my grandmother told us years ago, it ain't what you know, it's who you know. Well, guess what? We know a lot of people. And a lot of people with resources and got a heart to make a change. And that's exactly what we're gonna do. Thank you.
Okay, fellow board members, your feedback, your thoughts.
Well, back to the Capitol. I wonder if these people who have deep pockets have made commitments. Since money is not the issue, but are they committed in writing? I looked at the square footage of the building and the layout, and part of it has Saba. I want to know the connection between Saba and that campus.
I wondered about that as well. I wondered if
Yeah.
it's good for the School of the Arts, for the boys,
Right.
Saba, that we know.
Excuse me?
Saba is
On the layout of
very-
your building, it has
Right.
SABA, which for us was School of the Arts for Boys Academy. Am I getting that name correct?
Is
So we
that-
wondered, is that what is in the building
Excuse me.
or was in the
Right.
building?
That's, they looking at the.
It is in the packet. Are they gonna be
I think it's something that
campus?
Bold Realty submitted.
Right.
It has Suite 280 on it and it has,
Should the new build not materialize, this was our backup, but we are moving forward with the plan to build a new facility.
Okay, that's contingency plan.
And we have two anonymous commitments. When we say a financial commitments, that you need those letters, those are already in hand, that we can go ahead and give to the board.
okay, thank you. Bruce?
Yeah, I appreciate this group coming back. I know they were discouraged, rightfully so, back in late 2022, but I think they've taken concerns we raised then, the questions we've had, and I think they've actually are even stronger now. So I appreciate them doing that. We didn't get into the budget. I don't need to. I mean, in a $6 million budget, my questions are not inconsequential. I just saw some things like a school counselor not being there until I think year 5. That's a pretty awesome duty for one counselor to be a K-9 counselor. But I think this board's smart enough to figure that out without us telling them that. Same with the CTE coordinator. And then there was, wasn't sure about there's positions for custodians, but then there's a contract for custodial services. There's just things that caught my eye in the budget. Again, those are, I don't want to say inconsequential, but they'll figure that out before they open up in terms of those personnel needs. So, yeah, I think this is a strong board. It's a growing community. It's just down the road from my school, and I can see the need in the entire Chatham area. So, and I think they've done a good job in bringing other consultants on board to help guide them as well. So,
Other thoughts?
I think, I think this is a really strong board, and I'm excited that, it's a local school that is not contracting with an EMO or CMO, to be quite honest, because we need strong local boards that come together to create high performing charters. Those are consistently the highest performing charters in the state still. And, I'm happy to see a really strong board that I feel like has done the work. I do think they need to think hard about the facility piece, and it's going to be the barrier, despite lots of relationships and all those things. At the end of the day, people care about the money. And so if you can get the money to the table, that's what matters. The rest of it just becomes words. And I think, I also think that this board should be encouraged by having rejected this application once, right? We rejected it, sent it back. And I would say that that is instructive to how we should hold a really high bar and reject applications and send them back and tell them they need another year to get themselves together. And so I think the people that really want it will come back. And we should just, if there's any hesitation, we should step back and just say, no, you need to wait another year. Because it is really, really hard. And I think the context and the environment in charter school startup right now has gotten a lot harder than it was certainly when I joined this board and when a number of us were doing this work.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve Granite Charter Academy's application to move forward to Ready to Open.
Any other parlay seconds?
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Is there discussion?
Yes, this area is definitely a need, and particularly for the model that you guys are doing. Very impressive board. You did a great job adding Miss Little. Don, good to see you again, Cheryl. So I certainly support this motion. I think the feedback you got last time, I know it wasn't received very well, but you certainly did listen to it, and you made some improvements, and I appreciate that. Look forward to seeing you guys get off the ground.
I'm awfully excited about this potential school. I was very excited about it 2 years ago. One of the things we like to think the charter school movement can do is to embrace and allow for innovative school methodologies and developments. And I see it as particularly attractive that this is a school that largely was, or this is a school that will be largely birthed from a business community that sees a need and is willing to step in and help to create the kind of school that can address that need. There are a lot of business people who want to get involved in education, and they are very frustrated when they get involved with the typical public school system, which is excited to have cheerleaders in the business community, but doesn't take the advice very well. And so having this sort of innovation is exciting. I'm very hopeful that this is going to end up being the model for other business people that want to get involved. It looks to me like if this can be done in Chatham County and can be done well, which I hope you'll do well, if this can be done in Chatham County, that it's a replicable model in other places. And I think that would be very good for public education.
Thank you. Mrs. Parlier, you have a comment? Your mic's on.
I'm done.
Okay.
I'm ready for the question.
Okay. Well, I would like to just add as well that the application process was done with excellence on this, in this term, in this repeat, if you want to call it that. They came back and really exceeded my expectations in a very thorough, well-aligned application from the curriculum to the personnel to the budget. And again, like others, I could pick out things, but overall, it was just a lot of strength there. This board comes with a lot of entrepreneurialism and executive leadership, but I think one of the things they've added is a lot of education strength to the input from their board members, which is going to be an asset for them going forward. Just a really strong application. So we have a motion and a second. I think we can take a vote.
Okay. Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado.
Aye.
Fiddle Parlay,
Approves.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope.
Aye. Aye.
All right. Alex Quigley.
Aye.
All right, it passes unanimously, and we will get you official documentation, and then you'll start the RTO process in the summer.
Yeah, congratulations. Yep.
Congrats.
Okay, next up, we're gonna start tackling our 24 renewal cycle. And so Ms. Cook, let's get it underway.
All right. Jenna Cook with the Office of Charter Schools, and I'm going to do a quick overview first, and then we'll jump into the individual schools. So first, these are the 38 schools that have charter agreements that will expire on June 30th, 2025. All have requested to be renewed and have participated in the process thus far. And so before I present the schools, I wanted to review the statutes and policy that guide this work. First is General Statute 115C to 18.6, which is we call the renewal statute. And that requires that the review board review the operation of each charter school at least once prior to the expiration of their charter. And then the review board shall renew a charter for 10 years unless one of the following applies. The charter school has not provided financially sound audits for the immediately preceding 3 years. The charter school's student academic outcomes for the immediately preceding 3 years have not been comparable to the academic outcomes of the students in the local administrative unit. And the charter school is not, at the time of request for renewal of the charter, substantially in compliance with state law, federal law, the school zone bylaws, or the provisions set forth in its charter. And if one of the conditions set forth in subdivisions 1 through 3 apply, then the review board may renew the charter for a period of less than 10 years or not renew the charter. And then General Statute 115C to 18.95 guides the causes to not renew the charter. And so there are 6 reasons listed there. Additionally, the renewal process is guided by State Board Policy Charter 007, which includes the process for renewal along with the guidelines for decisions. Review boards have a printed copy of those guidelines in your packet for you to use as you review these schools. So the renewal process, as we know, is a 2-year process. I began working with these schools in 2023. And so they started by completing a self-study and then participating in a site visit. And then OCS also has conducted compliance team meetings with other divisions within DPI in order to discuss any compliance concerns. And now in year 2, where we are now, we've worked to create a DPI portfolio and made renewal placements based primarily on the school's academic data. And now we are up for the review board renewal discussions and including the report compiled by OCS. A note on the renewal placements. So the Office of Charter Schools has placed schools at a renewal term based on primarily academics using the renewal guidelines in state board policy. And I do want to note that the review board may also consider the comparison to academic outcomes of students in the same subgroups in the local administrative unit where the school is located, and that is also outlined in that policy. It is also the responsibility of the Charter Schools Review Board to decide and approve a final renewal term for each school using the renewal statute, the guidelines, the data and information presented, and the interviews with each school. And additionally, a note on the subgroup comparison, within the data packets for each school, you will also see the individual subgroup comparisons to the local LEA. If the review board does feel they need more data for a school, the Office of Charter Schools is happy to prepare that. We've intentionally kind of made this over a 3-month period so that before you vote, if you feel you need more information, please let the Office of Charter Schools know so we can get that for you. For the DPI portfolio, each school has the following posted for the review board to consider as they make their renewal decision. You have a data sheet that's also presented for each of you. Within the data sheet, some schools have included an additional information attachment The template was provided by OCS and schools were optionally allowed to submit that to provide you all with more detail about enrollment by subgroup or by which LEA they pull from, and to provide you all with school improvement plans if they wished. You will also see their school presentation that schools prepared. The renewal site visit feedback is posted on eBoard if you're interested in viewing that. And then also if the schools had any letters of noncompliance, those are posted as well. All right, so we're going to jump into the school presentations. The schools that you will see today are placed at a 3-year renewal term. Primarily based on that their academic outcomes have not been comparable to the local administrative unit, but the school has met growth in at least one of the immediately preceding 3 years, or the charter school has a strategic improvement plan and is making progress. And it should also be noted that some of the schools may have more years of comparability or may have met growth more than 1 year, but they are currently designated as continually low performing or low performing, in which the guidelines state that the school cannot be designated as in order to receive a 5 or a 7 renewal. So some schools, the data may say they meet a 5 or 7, but that continually low performing or low performing label has put them in the 3-year category. So today we will hear from 7 schools. We'll start with the first 3. And so I will present each school, review their data, and then I will ask the school and the board to come up for their presentation and questions. And we've allotted about 20 minutes for each school if needed. So with that, I will start with Achievement Charter Academy. All right. So Achievement Charter Academy is currently a K-7 school located in Harnett County. They first opened in 2020. And so you can see their academic performance in 21-22, they were at an F. In 22-23, a D. In 23-24, they were at an F. They have met growth 1 time in the last 3 years, but they have been placed at a 3-year because they have only met growth in 1 year and have not been comparable. So you can see their academic comparability. They have been below Harnett County schools for the past 3 years. And then you'll see their subgroup comparability as well. Currently, the Office of Charter Schools is not aware of any significant compliance or financial concerns. And then we also have listed their enrollment by final ADM. You can see it's steadily grown in the last 3 years. And then additionally, we've listed their historical charter agreements. This would be their first renewal as their first charter was given in 2020. So at this time, I will invite Achievement Charter Academy school leadership and board to give their presentation to you all.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. As a reminder, how much time are we giving each applicant?
About 20 minutes, but that also includes the time for questions. We've also limited them to 6 slides each, so.
Okay.
Thank you for letting us present today. Achievement Charter Academy's mission is to foster individual achievement by teaching students to be self-directed learners, community contributors, and a respectful, diverse, and inclusive learning environment. With me today is our team, fellow board members Ryan Denny, Kyra Royal, Kavita Michechi, a little harder name to express, Nancy Hedrick, and we have our staff with Gina Newell and Leaja Horn. So I'd like to just briefly address the progress on the recommendation that came from our renewal on the site visit on February 1st. We have updated our website to be in OCS requirements. We addressed the areas you wanted our board to focus on, which was including financial training, new member onboarding, our policy in conflicts of interest and nepotism. We have our school administration and our school improvement team is working to revise our school improvement plan. They'll be giving that to the staff. We have continued to retain services with Leaders Building Leaders for our external governance training for our board and for our staff. Our most recent training was October 26, 2024. So in summary, we've acted responsibly concerning OCS recommendations, and our team will be happy to answer any questions that you may have. And now I'd like to introduce Leaja Horn, who is our founder and our school leader.
And this is Ray Strain. He's our board chair. All right, good morning. As Mr. Strain stated, my name is Leaja Horn. I am the founder and current school leader of Achievement Charge Academy. And today I'll be speaking about our positive school culture, where our students are well adjusted and socially, emotionally, and our stakeholder feedback is very positive. Our academic achievement, which has not mirrored our behavioral health accomplishments to date. I'll present some challenges we face and strategies that we have in place for improvement. And lastly, we'll glance into our exciting plans for the future. So this is going to be a lot of words, so bear with me. I put a lot into these slides. I'm going to start with this is still the first slide, just talking a little bit about the Glasser Quality School Model. I'll be calling that the GQS model from now on out. Its purpose is to create a positive and supportive educational environment where students, teachers, and staff feel valued and respected. The ultimate goal is to equip students with not only academic knowledge, but also with social emotional skills and the self-discipline needed to become thoughtful, successful, and resilient individuals, both inside and outside of school. Now, the second slide is our academic performance, and there's a lot in there, but I'm going to point out a couple of things. Although the overall report card grade for 23-24 was obviously a significant disappointment, we do remain optimistic about our students' prospects moving forward. Only the third grade reading last year did not meet expectations in last year's EOGs. And in that grade cohort, our returning students did perform better than our new students by 6%. We believe that as the new students in the cohort continue to assimilate into our school, that their academic performance will also meet that of our current population. Of our students who were not proficient, 23% of those scores were within 5 points of proficiency. So we do believe that 24-25, we're going to have a strong academic outcome. M-class data shows that for case 6, we had 6.1% moving to the at or above proficiency status. And then if you isolate the K2 data, you'll see that there was a 15.2% shift to the at or above proficiency status. In comparison to the local LEA, we are not comparable within 5 GLP points. They maintain around 40 and we were currently at 29. We looked at the GLP increase percentage over the last couple of years, and Harnett County is trending at 1% each year since 2022. And for us, we had a significant increase from 22 to 23 of 6%, and then a decrease by 2%. And so our net increase is 2% higher than the Harnett County over the same period of time. So the next slide is just about some of our accomplishments. One of our proudest achievements is the positive impact that the model has on our school culture, and data supports that our discipline issues are significantly lower compared to local schools, and parents note improvement in their children's achievement skills, social skills, as well as emotional health. The model has created a strong foundation of a school culture that empowers students and staff to self-evaluate and choose behaviors that lead to both relational and academic success. Teachers lead by example, modeling respect, open communication, and collaboration. The board and administration are strongly aligned to the mission, which supports our goals, and we clearly communicate and are effective at our collaboration. As far as the staff and administration, we work very closely together to support each other and students when challenges arise. We have a growth mindset. We have a team that is very all hands on deck. When we find issues, we are problem solvers. So we look to improve. They have a saying in Glasser Quality Schools, quality always improves. So we know that we're constantly in the state of reflection and looking at feedback and trying to be better. So the next slide is about our challenges. And we recognize that our academic performance falls below expectations, and we are committed to addressing that directly. We continue to proactively examine data to identify root causes and refine our approach. So I'm going to go through a couple of those now. Student attrition is an issue. We've had high student attrition since our first year, which coincided with COVID-19, and that has impacted us in a variety of ways. The appeal of our school to area parents changed dramatically in the first 3 years, even though our model and academic priorities remain constant. In our first year, our enrollment was strong due to the fact that we were in person. And as you might remember, I was here before this board every single month leading up to that, talking about how I was going to get the enrollment when nobody was doing anything back then in 2020. So as soon as we decided that we were going to be in person, we were totally full. However, those students, as those parents see that their base schools were opening, they returned back to their base school, to a more familiar school. And the second year was a mask optional. We had a lot of parents who preferred this option, but again, as the schools dropped the mask mandate, those families left as well. Year 3, we had our lowest enrollment. And however, this marked an increase in the retention of the families who really believe in our model and what we're doing. And since then, our enrollment has consistently increased, although attrition has still been an issue that we are working on. Our retention has also been impacted by competition from the local charter and private schools. There are a lot in our area that are very high performing. They are also K-8s, and it's difficult to attract families of high performing students when these well-established schools are also high performing and we are not. So that is a significant challenge for us. It creates an imbalance in our enrollment, with many families joining us who have children struggling in the traditional setting. I know we all know that a lot of people choosing charter schools are running from something. At the same time, we do believe we have a higher percentage of those families, seeing as we're not attracting those high performing families. We have our highest attrition in our testing grades. So each year, at least 1/3 of these students are new to our school. So consequently, the data does not really accurately and consistently track the same population. So that makes it really challenging to observe stable progress. So it may have gone from 31 to 29, but we're not talking about the same group of students, at least not 1/3 of them. Since 2020, we have increased our retention from 57% to 74%. And of course, we continue to work on that as we want to continue to improve. I'm going to talk about diversity for a couple of minutes. We have made intentional strides towards creating a more diverse and inclusive school community. This is in our mission. We did luckily receive the NC Access Grant in 2020, so that helped us with these efforts. Our students with disabilities increased from 13% to 17%. Economically disadvantaged in the last few years has ranged from 30 to 40%, and our racial and ethnic diversity has increased, with our non-white population increasing from 24 to 45%. Our EC population at 17%, 71 of those students are in testing grades, which results in 22% of our testing population being students with disabilities. We are gaining a reputation in the community for working well with this population, not necessarily those students being proficient, but those parents who want their child in a safe environment where they are cared for, where they're in inclusive environment, as well as them gaining confidence in learning and loving learning again. So that is great. However, the increase in the population creates additional challenges for us as a small charter and our limited resources. Research shows, as you know, that the EDS population often faces systemic barriers that impact academic performance. I'm not making excuses for that, because I know many of you have worked in schools where you have been very successful with higher EDS populations. I'm simply saying that we are committed to leverage these insights to provide targeted support for our diverse student population. This summer, we hosted our first summer reading camp, and we adopted an intensive research-based prevention and intervention program for during and after school to assist in closing the gap. I'm going to move on to teacher turnover. We have found that teaching in a multi-age environment has posed challenges for our teachers, and that, coupled with the non-traditional discipline model, we looked at exit interview feedback as well as staff perception surveys, and it revealed that for many teachers, this is just too much of a learning curve to overcome. Burnout and frustration are reported due to the demand for a complete paradigm shift that actually takes time to occur. We find that it takes teachers about 2 years to really figure out how they're going to use the theory in their style and adapt it to their own style. Prior to 2023, our retention was actually very high in the 90s. 23, we anticipated that low retention because we did not renew any contracts of teachers who were not actively pursuing licensure, which was made clear to them. That was a 2-year process that they had to do that. Teacher retention has improved, and the strategies that we have in place to reduce burnout and frustration focus on departmentalization and areas of expertise to kind of combat the multi-age issue. And the classroom management training that we have been using is Responsive Classroom. I know you're probably familiar with that. It is in line with the Glasser Quality School model, and we find that our basic training, which is a 24-hour training our staff goes through in choice theory in the Glasser model, it only provides a very brief introduction to what a Glasser Quality School is. It's more of an overview of the whole theory and all the different areas that it's used. So it's really not preparing them with practical application skills of what we're asking them to do. So we added that in. We started last spring to get feedback from our teachers. It was well received. So we did another training before school started, and we'll do another one in the spring to continue preparing them. So our retention rose from 43% in 2023 to 80% in 2024. Data driven culture. So we are using our NC check-ins, IXL data, common weekly assessment data, and data meetings to prioritize a cycle of feedback and instructional adjustments to monitor student growth. The leadership capacity of my Associate Director, Gina Newell, as well as myself, has been strengthened through 2 programs that have been offered by DPI, both the North Carolina Instructional Leadership Academy and the School Leader Development Program. And these have been instrumental in advancing our data-driven culture. This year, we are entering into the implementation phase of this observation feedback cycle alongside the weekly assessment, data meetings, and adjusted instruction. We also have a scheduled hour 4 days a week during the instructional day that's focused on small group intensive support where students receive targeted instruction. We have had that in the past. We've just increased the number of days and the resources that we utilize to support the students. We used data from last year and we began our in-school and after-school tutoring beginning in Q1. In the past, we have started in Q3, but this year we wanted to start in Q1 to ensure that personalized support from the very beginning of the school year. Our school improvement plan details the more comprehensive strategy designed to drive overall school improvement. Our recent training with the NC STAR that we attended highlighted that we need to refine these goals and select 3. We kind of bit off more than we could chew. So we're trying to work with our consultant and really get that refined and narrowed down to 3 that we want to focus on this year, but they are going to be in the area of student proficiency, increasing student proficiency. I'm not going to read off all these external experts that we have at the bottom, but I wanted to mention them because these experts are providing support and training and insights for our schools, which increases our school's capacity for improvement. They support our leaders, our board members, our teachers with the best resources and training. And Gina and I have engaged in as many opportunities as possible that have been provided by the Office of Charter Schools, and we take the information that we gain to ensure that we're aligned with best practices. So the next slide is
I'm going to give you a quick time check too, because we have 20 minutes for the entire, including our questions. So we're at about 16 minutes.
Okay, I will go really quick. All right, so the expansion here, I'm just going to say there's a lot of growth happening, 24% before 2040 in Harnett County, all in our area. We're really looking forward to the expansion so that we can be on one campus. We're split right now. Okay, and the last part is where I know that we qualify for a 3-year renewal based on these criteria. I would hope that you would consider 5 if that's even a possibility, simply because we know that we are on the right track. We have not had a pattern of compliance issues. Our financial audits have been sound. We have not been on non-financial non-compliance disciplinary status. And of course, we struggle here with this performance. However, we know that we are proactively taking steps to put us on a clear path to success. And a 5-year would be preferred, obviously, to us, but just so we can gain some traction and build momentum prior to the next renewal. We know that this process takes a lot of time and effort, and where your energy goes, your effort flows, and we really need to make sure that we're focusing that on our teachers and our students. So in conclusion, we have demonstrated a commitment of excellence, as well as we're very resilient, we're very determined. And as we continue our journey, our goal is to realize sustained academic achievement and community impact. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much. And now for the questions. There's a lot. I know.
Ms. Cook, a reminder, Ms. McCarr, are we going to vote on these individually or are we going to vote on these as a recommended group?
Well, you're not voting at all today. So yeah, you guys don't have to worry about voting, which is why we've given you these packets so you can take notes and thoughts, get that down, because we will wait for the financial presentation, which I believe is in January. Yes, January.
Okay.
And then you'll vote after the new year.
Thank you. We have a few minutes for questions. Any questions for Achievement Charter?
I have a
I
question.
do. Oh, go ahead.
Now you go.
All right, ladies first. Thank you. Why haven't the minutes been updated for 2 years?
They are.
On the
If you click
website?
if you actually click on the link, they are updated. So if you, at the bottom, it has them all listed separately, but above that is the actual year that you click on, and that takes you right to the drive. So at the very
year I
beginning,
clicked on was 2022.
I noticed
So
the
go
same
up.
thing, but she is correct. They are
They're linked.
there.
If you go up a little bit, they're just linked through the drive, like the ones at the bottom, when we first started doing it, we were just uploading one at a time. And then now we just have a link to the drive. So if you
Okay.
click on the link above those, you'll see that they're there. They're all there.
Make it easy.
I'm sorry. I'll take those other ones out of there and put them back in the drive.
Thank you.
Are you in this new location that you're showing us on the slide?
No, we're
That's
not. We're
future.
not. So we have a purchase agreement for the property and we're in the process of, getting all the pieces lined up. So that is the plan, but we are not there yet. We're still working on the purchase agreement, financing, all that.
With Legacy Impact Group. They're assisting us in this process.
And you list some of your external experts. Is Mr. Quibb your EC
Yes,
director?
he is.
He is your EC director,
Yes.
full-time?
Well, yes, I mean, he does that full time for us, but he's
You
technically
have
a
multiple
part-time
schools, he
employee.
works the.
Right. Technically part-time, but he does all the meetings. He makes sure everything's in compliance. And then I have 2 full-time EC teachers on campus.
I apologize, but I've missed your name.
Liaja Horn.
Liaja Horn, and are you the founding principal?
Yes.
It's clear that you've been getting family feedback and parent satisfaction surveys and doing those kinds of things. I didn't see any questions related to the academic performance of the child or if the parent is satisfied with the growth of their child academically. Have you done any of that type of questioning?
Yeah. Do you want to speak to that?
Yes, those questions are included in the surveys as well. And I will state that we have had many parents say that over the years, their children have struggled in the traditional model, as Liaja alluded to previously, and that because we have the smaller class size and the more individualized education, that they have found growth within their students. I know when as we're required to, we reported our last grade, our school report card, and this is the year that we've had the most parent feedback surrounding that, and they are fully plugged in and they want to know what can we do to help support the growth of our students. We know that because we are a social emotional behavioral based model, some of the parents are most concerned with their children being able to regulate emotionally and find joy in learning. And so some of the academics come slightly secondarily to that, not that they're not important to our parents or our population, but they are starting to realize the importance of that in addition to the strides we're making in behavioral arenas. So while they are pleased, they know that we still have growth and they are plugged into and committing to helping assist us achieve that.
Okay. You also talk about student attrition but your enrollment has increased. So are you indicating that that's a net gain from turnover?
I
You had
think-
that much turnover, but in the end you have a net gain.
We do have a gain, but the reason I mentioned that is because we're slowly trying to avoid that. We obviously want to keep all of our parents. We still have that core group that we gained when we had that lowest year in our 3rd year. And, we're not keeping all the new ones. There's people who are coming in and out in that 1 year. And so our goal is to keep our families and then these new families keep them. A lot of it had to do with their kid not passing the EOG last year. So, we're making a lot of different efforts to keep parents engaged and make sure that we're addressing any of their needs as well.
Can I add to that?
Yes.
Okay. Also in the past, because our model is not punitive and the way that we help students regulate their behavior is a little bit different, we have had kind of a misunderstanding with parents in the beginning as to what our model looked like. So we have made intentional gains in making sure that the parents are educated on exactly what our model looks like and our student discipline policy, how it's co-managed and not punitive. And so we have found that the more that parents understand that piece of the model, the more that they tend to stay. And so we've provided them with a wealth of Glasser quality resources and Get Happier resources, which is the social motion program that we use that's kind of helped them understand the uniqueness of our model. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, you mentioned with your teacher turnover that there's a bit of a learning curve.
Yeah.
So they get used to the model. You've mentioned now with student attrition and turnover that you see achievement gains once they've been in your program a couple of years. So I'm wondering if there's been any conversations about within this model, how you can reduce that learning curve so it doesn't take 2 or 3 years being in the program to see results.
Yes. So one of the things that I'm talking with my leadership team about is how can we kind of transition people from this, traditional sense of discipline and positive, reinforcement, rewards, punishments, and have something that is gauged at helping meet them where they are. So yes, we don't want punishments, get that out of there. But when it comes to reinforcement, like how can we provide them with some of the things that they're used to doing so that it's a transition that they are comfortable with? Because when you take all of those things away, when you take all of those things away, they feel like they just don't have any tools. And we don't want them to feel that way. And that's been consistent feedback that we've been getting. So yeah,
Yeah,
so
we're working
on
to
that.
develop a program that will transition them from the traditional punitive towards how we like to motivate the children intrinsically.
And that's why we use the responsive classroom as well, because that helps them set up expectations. It helps them with the language, the reinforcing language, the redirecting language, all of those pieces that in the end are going to show them how they can make that transition, so that they're not so reliant on these other more traditional approaches.
Okay, thank you very much. And we're not voting today. We will make a vote in early January. So thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, the next school is Community School of Digital and Visual Arts. They also were formerly named Carter Community School. And so this school is a K-8 school in Durham Public Schools. They first opened in 1998. Their academic performance, they have consistently performed at a D for the immediately preceding 3 years. And then they have met or exceeded growth in the immediately preceding 3 years. They are placed at a 3-year because they are currently designated as continually low performing. And they have not been comparable to Durham Public Schools in the immediately preceding 3 years. You'll see their subgroup comparability to the LEA. Additionally, for compliance, they are currently on governance noncompliance disciplinary status for failure to supply all reports and documentation as requested by the Office of Charter Schools, specifically their board meeting minutes. And then additionally, they were marked as noncompliant on the renewal performance framework measure B5, which is compliance with open meetings law. The board has not ensured meeting minutes are public record. And this is verified by the renewals team by being able to access board meeting minutes, and we have not been able to access them. And then for financial standing, the school business will be able to provide more detail. But we do know that they are on financial noncompliance disciplinary status for failing to submit their audit for the 22-23 school year. And as far as we understand, that audit is still outstanding. For their enrollment, you'll see that their enrollment has slightly decreased over the last 3 years. And then you'll see their historical charter agreements listed as well. And at this time, I will invite Community School of Digital and Visual Arts to give their presentation.
Good morning. And again, a reminder, we need to leave time for us to ask questions within this 20-minute time frame. So.
Good morning. Good morning. Put my timer on as well. Good morning, members of the Charter School Review Board. My name is Olufemi Adeniyi. This is my second year as the principal of the Community School of Digital and Visual Arts, and I just want to thank you for the opportunity to sit before you to talk about our school and some of the exciting things that we're doing to improve the quality of education for our students that we have reached all across the city of Durham. We can go to the next slide. So, if you look at our school overview, you can see the students who we serve within the city. Most of our students is 85% African-American students, 10% Hispanic, and 5% biracial. So what we look to do is we embrace our new identity as a community school of digital and visual arts with the evolution of a deep-rooted belief in the inherent creativity of all scholars and potential that when nurtured with the right opportunities and exposures, they can discover and develop who they're supposed to be at an early age, which goes along with our mission, which is to grow our students socially, emotionally and academically every single day. Our educational philosophy has become fairly new over the last couple years. With what we're looking to do is to take our digital and visual arts framework and to implement specifically changing the school into a STEAM school fully. So we take the arts aspect and add the STEAM aspect to create something different for our scholars in the building. And we can go to the next slide. So over the last 3 years, our school has consistently met academic growth, as you guys know, and maintained stable performance in academic educational benchmarks. One thing we want to note is that although we've been labeled as low performing, that this and typically received a D as our grade level, we're looking to change our academic and our social and emotional goals within the building. So we recently evaluated our performance relating to the LEA and found that our Black subgroup outperformed both the district DPS and the state average with a grade level proficiency of 42 compared to their 39 and their 37.9 respectively. So again, as you see in the previous slide, most of our students with the 85%, we fit into that subgroup. So our numbers didn't change from that 42% proficiency to what the LEA is at their 39% with their subgroup. So the good news is over the last year and a half that I've been there, we've implemented a series of targeted interventions to address the school shortcoming and further improve the academic output for our scholars school-wide. So we can go to the next slide, kind of going. So these are a couple of different things that we did. I won't read in depth with what we have in front of there, but one thing that we did, I do want to highlight, is that we did a curriculum overhaul. One thing we did, when I first came in, I brought the teachers in to talk about, hey, listen, what's going on? Where's the deficit? Why aren't our students really learning? And then we began to analyze the curriculum that we actually had in place. So we redefined that curriculum and we said, all right, maybe this one will work. So we ran a pilot with our K3. Then we aligned it K8. And so when we aligned it K8, it gave us the outcomes that we were looking for, specifically in science and in our reading, that helped us to be able to achieve some of our goals that we had this past year. Teacher development was another big thing. We changed the climate and culture. We spent last summer changing the climate and culture of the building and then the climate and culture of the teachers as we went to our professional development aspect. And I just shared my vision. I shared the desire in my heart for the young people that were in front of us, and thus gave us the ability to be able to start seeing a difference in the lives of our teachers, then start seeing the lives of our scholars. We extended our learning opportunities as well and bolstered the effort for school success. So we introduced additional educational programs, including our after-school tutoring, our summer enrichment programs, and other opportunities to close that achievement gap. So through our newly reformed after-school program, we were able to reach at least 25 to 35% more scholars from January to May of last year to address and close those achievement gaps. And it helped out too. We'll go to our next slide. Not meaning to go. All right. So I wanted to highlight a couple of our accomplishments that we had since last year, since I became the educational leader. Our vision is to completely transform the whole school into a STEM program. So we introduced our FileTech program in our phase 1 rollout, which gave us the ability to take the elective aspect of our school and introduce our scholars more to that type of environment, the STEAM environment. Then we kind of go to March of 24, which was our Youth Empowerment Summit. So the organization came in with the Youth Empowerment Summit and they introduced the CTE programs to our 5th through 8th grade scholars. And it was a 2-day program and they ran it like a conference, really. So our students got to really experience what it means to sit into a conference and then see these CTE pathways to be exposed to those type of careers for them. Fast forward into June, that's when we get our results back where we did exceed growth. And we had a 20% increase in our composite score from the year previous. And then our science scores did really, really well, which really confirmed the fact of our STEAM and really emphasizing that science aspect in our 5th and our 8th grade students, because we did so well in that category. Then August of this year, which is our phase 2, where all of our K-5 students are now receiving STEAM programs in the beginning of their school day. From when they come in for the first hour of the day, each K-5 student is receiving these is participating in our STEAM activities. So that's where we are in my vision. So we can go to the next slide. So what we're looking to do to move forward, we have a couple of different goals. We talked about increasing our marketing, and with the increase of our marketing comes the increase of the funds to the marketing, where we're trying to reach more young people more families in the city of Durham. And so we've done things like we've marketed behind, put our advertisement behind buses. We've gone on radio. We've done different things to increase our enrollment, because the goal is to get scholars inside the building. We get scholars inside the building to be able to be impacted in the things in which we're doing inside of the building. We've increased our science goals, our ELA goals, and our math goals to be able to get us in position to actually get a C for the first time in the school's history. And so if we're able to follow these particular things and go on the same route that we've been going, our goal is to get there, which goes back to our data-driven instruction. In our data-driven instruction, the things that we're implementing in that data-driven instruction is clearly showing the teachers exactly where we are academically, so that we can be able to reach these particular goals. And our enrollment goals increase about 20%, which puts us at around that 224 mark, if I'm saying it correctly. Our 224 mark is a very feasible goal for us. So because we're at the 200 mark now, and so that will help us. And the two additional goals that's left is the strengthening the social emotional learning program, which goes along with our mission for the school. We're doing that every single day with our P2 program, that every single teacher is required to give. K-5 gives them once a week, 6-8 gives them daily social emotional programs for each and every one of our middle school students and our K-5 students, and increase our family and community engagement. And with that increase, what we did is we analyzed the data of our sign-in sheets for our Title I programs we had in the building. In the previous 2 years, they were at a number. And so we set that goal to the 20% increase, thus being able to track it. So far this year, we've had one Title I meeting, and we've actually accomplished that 20% increase. And the thing that we did differently was that we attached some of our programs was dealing with the arts aspect into our Title I meetings, thus causing our parents to come in and participate. As you guys know, parents love to see their babies perform. So that's one thing that we did. And again, for me, I desire to reach our young people. I desire to be better. So even me taking on coaching from one of the, in my opinion, not just my opinion, but one of the top educators in the state. And so I meet with him every single Wednesday, and he just, since last year, he's been kind of guiding me and telling me, hey, listen, this is what you need to go do. This is what you need to accomplish. These are the tools that you need to be more successful and to increase the academic performance of every single scholar inside the building. And so that's pretty much it. I'll take any questions you guys may have. Okay.
Good morning. I'm Joe Battle. I'm the board chair, and you heard from Mr. Denny over the last year and a half. He's really transformed the culture in our school, and you see that in the data with exceeding growth. But I do want to address the compliance issues that were cited. So it's not too often when you change administrators, you change auditors, bookkeepers, and our executive director also changed in the last 2 years. And that definitely created some issues for us as a board, resulting in the compliance issues that were mentioned. That in 2023, our former principal, who's instrumental in our we lost our auditor last year. Arcadia Northstar was our auditor. They merged with Prestige Solutions, and we definitely, Pearson, I'm sorry. So we definitely had some issues with the transition with both our auditor and with our bookkeeper. But we've addressed those issues that we have hired Patel auditors to come in this year. We've engaged them, so we fully expect to have a clean audit once they go through that. So we've addressed that issue. The issue with the minutes was also related to the turnover that I mentioned. So as a board, we had limited resources in terms of staff time, executive director time for those minutes. So we, as a board, failed to stay in compliance with the minutes, but we've addressed that. So again, we've addressed the issue with the audit and with the minutes. And we're very, very pleased with the performance we've seen over the last year and a half with Mr. Denny leading the school.
Thank you for that. I want to jump right in there for the sake of time. Appreciate you acknowledging that. So I'm going to fire a lot of questions at you. So if you can just be brief in your answer. Indeed, your former auditor notified schools in the summer and fall of 2023 that they would no longer be doing school audits. Who did you contract with to do your fiscal year 2023 audit?
I am Bonnie Hauser, I'm the board treasurer. We have contracted Sharp Patel to do, they are working
When
on,
did you first initiate that contract with
we
them?
just contracted them.
So you were not under contract with anyone to do a 2022-23 audit?
That's correct. We were focused on our students and our the change in leadership in the school.
You understand that an audit is a requirement.
Yes, I'm a retired partner from PricewaterhouseCoopers. Yes, I understand.
Who is doing your 24 audit?
Sharp Patel is doing both of them.
And has it been submitted?
What is that? They are in the process of going into Arcadia, so we had two
The
things
fiscal year audit 24 was due October 1st.
Right,
or
and they are
31st.
filing an extension. They're filing an extension on that.
Will they be doing a 23 audit, fiscal year 23 audit
Yes.
as well?
Yes, so they are expecting the 23 audit to be done by the end of December and the 24 audit, the 23-24 audit to be done by January, the end of January. Our books have been under Arcadia North Star the entire time. We are not expecting to hear compliance issues with the audits. We are in arrears. So that's being
So
addressed.
I just want to clarify what you've said is there was no one under contract to do your 23 audit until recently.
Yes.
So there was no way it was going to be submitted because it doesn't exist. And
Right, I'm
not only
sorry,
does it
I'm
not
not
exist, it wasn't even being worked on.
Yes.
Board minutes, why are they not on the website? You said you cleaned that up.
I can answer that question. We changed our website within the last year. And on our previous website, we had all of our board minutes there. But since we've had staffing issues within the last year, when the new website went up, we didn't click that we also needed to do that. Now, admittedly, we've been advised by DPI staff to go ahead and put them up, but now it's a matter of collecting all the board minutes from our files and putting them up on the website. We did not have staff in place to do that. We now have staff in place to do that. And by the way, we should expect to get it up within the next month. My name is Brian Crawford, just for the record. I acted as past managing director. I'm no longer managing director, but I'm still involved with the school to help them transition. There's just been a lot of change in the organization, which we're not used to within the last 18 months. And so this is
I appreciate your
problem.
candor and I know I'm being blunt, but it doesn't take a year to put minutes up on the board. And it seems like you're passing the buck on to the staff that they didn't do it.
No, I did not say that, sir.
Well, you said it was the response. You said the staff didn't put the board is responsible for governing the school. The board is responsible for its meetings.
Absolutely.
There's not even a meeting schedule. It shouldn't take a year to put board meeting minutes and a schedule of when the board meets on your website.
In the past, we have had staff assist the board in putting those minutes up. We have not had staff to do that recently, and so it did not happen. We acknowledge that. We're fully aware. We think it's a matter of complying, getting to the compliance point rather than something that we forgot to do. It's just, we just didn't have staff. The normal process has always been that once we had a meeting, we had staff that would do our minutes. We neglected that oversight. And so now we have to go back and pull all of our minutes, which we've recorded, and put them on site.
How many times a year do you meet? What's your cadence of meeting?
8 times a year.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have congratulations on exceeding growth. That's moving in the right direction, but I have a real problem with what Chairman Friend was talking about. For a school that's been around since 1998, you're one of the first ones to have these kind of non-compliances. You can't blame it on current staff. I mean, the school should know that by now. I'm very concerned about the operational operations of your school.
If I may. The adverse of that is true also. You know that for 4 years, we have mostly performed with our compliance. We've rarely had any audit issues. This is one period in the time of our lifespan that we have failed to perform. Now, I don't know how many organizations experience a change in principal, a loss of auditor, a change of bookkeeper all in once. All those things compound. We also would say that it didn't help that the local LEA failed in their responsibility with cash flow and payments to the school. So all of those things compounded in our lack of ability to perform as we normally have. We know most throughout our history, we've always performed and been in compliance. So this is an anomaly that we hope that you'll understand we'll fix.
Other questions or comments?
I appreciate his response. Is Mr. Crawford?
Yes.
Appreciate your response. You were notified at least in January. Yeah.
Was there a January notification to the school about the financial noncompliance?
Yes.
And so it still begs the question that from January to November, that there's been no action, even when the notification would indicate to you the serious nature of your noncompliance status, and there was still, no action. So that's a concern. And and it's true, so you lose your bookkeeper, you lose your auditor, you had a change in head of school. Those are the times that a school is probably more vulnerable to financial difficulty, and some of the practices, could be concerning. And that's when an audit is as important as ever.
Yeah, I think the way to sum it up for me would be just making sure that the school, because I'm just from the experiences that I've been through, is making sure that the school is focused on the work of the school and the board is focused on the work of the board, because the two shouldn't bleed over into each other, So if there's any new board members, or if there has been some changes, it might be a good time for a board training with new administration to make sure everybody knows what the roles are, which will help fix those gaps, right? So then that way the board knows what their role is in all of this, and then the staff knows what their role is, and hopefully that will address again, because I don't want that to cloud the fact that you guys exceeded growth last year, right? So if the business of the board starts to roll over into the operations of the school, then you might hinder that growth. So, I appreciate that, and a great work to the administration and the teachers, and now the board knows what to do.
Thank you for the advice.
Yeah, I echo that. I think that's a good way of putting it, Dr. Eldridge. I think that being tough when you hear a little bit, but I'd ask you to look at it through the lens that we're looking at. It's great that you've exceeded and met growth. That's awesome. But from our perspective, there's no transparency in how this board is governing. There is no meeting schedule. There are no meeting minutes. There hasn't been an audit in 2 years. And the board is the one who owns the charter, not your school principal or your staff. This has got to be corrected. And I dare say it must be corrected by the time we vote in January. It will impact my vote in January between 3-year and non-renewal. I'm just one vote.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We acknowledge that.
All right. Thank you very much.
You want to do one more before lunch?
They're here.
Yes.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. They're here.
All right. All right. So the next school is Kestrel Heights School, K-8 school in Durham, has been open since 1998. They performed at a C last year and met growth. And then in the previous 2 years before, performed at a D, met growth one of those years and did not meet growth the next year.
They have been comparable to Durham last year, but we're not comparable in the in 22, 23 or 21, 22. They are in the 3-year placement because they are currently on the continually low performing list. You have your subgroup comparability. Additionally, the Office of Charter Schools is not currently aware of any compliance or financial issues. For their enrollment, you can see they've stayed pretty consistent over the last 3 years. And then you also have their historical charter agreements listed out for you. At this time, I will invite the leadership from Kestrel Heights to give you their presentation.
Good
Morning. Y'all are troopers. Good morning. I am Adrienne Davis. I am the board chair of Kestrel Heights Charter School. And because we are a community, this is our community leadership team. We have our executive team for our board, Ms. McGarrett, Mr. Poe. Our treasurer just left to finish her PhD. So she had to step down, which we're really sad about, but happy for her. Ms. Jackson, our executive director and our senior director for federal programs. Mrs. Villegas, who is our middle school principal, Mr. Touchette, who is our elementary school principal, and Mrs. Vargas, who is our data manager. We are a school that believes in our executive team. Our board does our boarding, and our leadership team does lead our school. I am honored to not only be the board president and chair, but also a longtime parent of not only alum, but 2 children. And so that means a lot. And so the presentation that you're going to see now speaks to why we have been a longtime Kestrel family, and we are excited to be a part of this process again with you all.
Good morning. Again, I'm Tanya Jackson. I'm the executive director for Kestrel Heights Charter School. We'll start with the second slide and emphasize the data summary. There was some mention of our enrollment remaining steady for the most part, but we do notice a decrease in our enrollment from 2018 to 2021, with the lowest count being in 2021. There has been an increase, however, from 2022, we had 417 students to currently, we have 436 students enrolled. Our school performance grade has fluctuated. We had a decline from a C in 2018 and 19 to a D in 2022 and 2023. There is notable improvement, however, in this last testing year, with the school performance grade increasing to 58 and the grade returning to a letter C, reflecting enhanced academic performance and recovery efforts. As far as our career and college readiness and grade level proficiency, metrics do show a dip in scores around 2019 and during the COVID years. I think everyone was impacted by the COVID years. Both metrics now show significant improvement from 2022 to 2024, with the college and career readiness increasing by 9.5 points and the grade level proficiency by 14.8 points over 3 years. This suggests effective interventions and adjustments to our curriculum. The growth index and growth score reflect positive progress over time, recovering from negative values in 2019, 2022, and 2023 to a positive 1.21 in 2024. The overall growth score has increased to 83 in 2024. That's a substantial improvement and a return to the highs that we had seen previously. In 2024, the school achieved a MET growth status, which is in contrast to the previous 2 years where we did not meet growth. This is an indicator of our school's trajectory towards sustained improvement. That highlighted row there in green emphasizes a 3-year change, showcasing gains in key areas of enrollment, increasing 19 points, school performance grade plus 13 points, college and career readiness increase in 9.5 points, and grade level performance an increase by 14.8 points. And the growth index increase of 2.3 points. So I do want to emphasize that Kestrel is a really resilient environment. We work hard to self-assess, identify the areas that need to be improved, and to implement strategies for that improvement. I'd like to take a look at the composite growth slide. You guys have heard ad nauseum about how the schools went through various iterations of school attendance after COVID hit us in 2020. So just to emphasize where we were, we returned to full in-person learning in 2021. That was the beginning of our return to normal operations. So the bar graph on the right does illustrate trends in our college and career readiness performance. That's listed there in red, and then the grade level performance is listed in gray. There's a steady upward trend in both of these scores, showing consistent improvement from 2020 to 2021 to 23-24. The most notable growth areas, it appears in this last year, where both of those scores are at their highest levels. So this upward trajectory does suggest that the return to in-person instruction, along with the completion of our new elementary school, both positively impacted the performance of our scholars. Going to the next slide, academic data in comparison to Durham Public Schools. So the comparison focus here on this list, we have identified schools that offer similar programs to Kestrel Heights Charter School, and it's also based on location, providing the context for Kestrel Heights performance relative to the neighborhood and specialized schools in the district. And you can see there that we're sitting there with our 58 score of 58, and we have met growth, and we have a letter grade of C. We did pull some additional data, which reflects, it's a roster of 40 DPS schools, and that's elementary and middle schools, because we are a K-8 school. Kestrel on that list fell at number 16. So I think our assessment here is that this places Kestrel in a very competitive position among similar schools, those in our immediate area, as well as those throughout the Durham community. Our achievement score of 52.1, placing us in the middle range among compared schools. Some schools in the area, which you can see on that chart, have higher achievement scores, while others, some of them very close to us, have lower scores than we do. In context, we hold a solid position in this local academic landscape with performance metrics that are comparative and competitive with many application and neighborhood schools. Let's talk about our positive school stories.
Excuse me, before you move from that table, can you
Yes.
explain to me once more, what is base school mean?
That would be schools that children are automatically zoned to attend.
Okay. Mhm.
And then those others are schools that have to be applied to.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right, with regard to our positive school stories, Kestrel has been a busy little bee. We have, in terms of instruction, we've implemented small group instruction, academic interventions, and that program is a really big point of pride for us. That is how we use our Title I dollars. Our entire master schedule has been revamped to include an intervention block for all scholars. And so the academic intervention component is critical to the progress that we have seen. We also implement a blended learning model using blended learning strategies. Our goal ultimately is to meet the needs of all of our scholars, identify that need and meet that need using targeted and personalized interventions. We have completed, finally, the expansion. It's a 27,000 square foot elementary school, and we actually moved in this year. We're still working on some residual items, but we are in our new building. And that building has brought us all together on one campus. So serving a K-8 environment on two campuses, some of you might be familiar with our previous life. It was very different than having everyone consolidated on what we call our unified campus. We have a very well-established athletics program and expanded electives for our middle school scholars to provide a balance in developing opportunities between them, the academics, and contributing to a well-rounded student experience. We have implemented mind-brain education. This, the principles that we learn through these modules focus on aligning teaching practices with research on how students learn, leading to a more effective and engaging instruction. And finally, we work diligently to close any academic gaps or opportunities. We have implemented the National School Lunch Program. We have implemented bus transportation. That was one of the areas most frequently noted by our parents. But our bus transportation system operates on a hub system. So we run 2 buses right now using our contracted provider. The final slide, as we talk about the challenges that we face, the first one is enrollment. We had a growth plan. We have a growth plan like most of the charter schools where we incrementally plan to increase our enrollment over 5 years. There has been a decline in the population among our elementary age children in Durham, even as the general population grows. And this shift does represent a challenge for maintaining stable enrollment, particularly in the primary grades at Kestrel. We do have a lot of competition. We've got new schools that are being built by the district, as well as new charter schools coming up in the area. And it just adds to the challenge and nuance of attracting scholars to our building. We don't have as much staffing, as many staffing concerns as other schools. Most years that I've been there, we may have 1, maybe 2 open positions. So we go into each year pretty much fully staffed, but I do have to make that note. Then in terms of our self-assessment of where we are, we have taken a very critical look at our performance in relation to our counterparts in the district and the criteria that's presented to us. The self-assessment showcases our commitment to accountability and continued improvement. With regard to compliance, as was noted, we had no significant compliance issues in at least the past 3 years. This super team behind me, and I work diligently to make sure that we complete our reports and submit our reports. And as you can see, we are a small but mighty team. Our financial health, we have maintained financially sound audits over the last 3 years, underscoring a stable and responsible approach to our financial management. And then with the growth metrics, Kestrel's growth metrics target, and we've met our targets in 2 of the past 3 years, 2022 and 2024, showing a positive trend in academic performance. So our school repeatedly outperforms its neighborhood-based schools, demonstrating this growth in the scores this year was a good example of that. While we do face some challenges like others do, particularly in the area of enrollment, the strong track record that we have that was established in 1998 when we opened, the financial health, the academic growth, and performance compared to neighboring schools reflects what I said before, that Kestrel is a very resilient environment. We also have a strong proactive approach to meeting our scholars' needs. And so that concludes my portion of this presentation, and we're open to answering your questions.
Thank you very much. Questions from board members?
I don't have a question. I just want to congratulate you, Ms. Jackson, and the great job you guys are doing. You rebounded very well from your history, but thank you for what you're doing and congratulations on your seat.
Thank you. And how large are your small groups? We aim to keep them about 5, maybe 7 students. And the way that works is we do have intervention built into our master schedule. So classroom teachers all provide intervention during that time with those small groups. But using our Title I funds, as I mentioned, we have staffed a group of interventionists who pull the more high-need scholars for support. What percent of your staff is North Carolina licensed? We are about 40%. Yes, ma'am. And you said that you expanded the electives for middle school. Yes. Meaning which ones? If I may, bring Ms. Villegas up to speak to that. Yeah, I want to go.
Good morning. So for our middle school electives, we have it operating on 2 separate schedules for 6th on one schedule and then 7th and 8th on the other. For 6th grade, we do an exposure elective. So they get to take our 4 core electives, which is dance, PE, music, and art. We also have a student success class that we have wrapped into that, and students are allowed to kind of decide which track they would like to go on for the 7th and 8th grade year. In addition to that, they also take teacher-led electives. So our 6th graders look at taking animal science, geography, public speaking, and then, as I mentioned, that math success class. For 7th and 8th grade, they get to choose a pathway. So they can either go down the dance pathway, the PE, the art, or the music band, because we actually start music and band in 4th grade. And then they can take teacher-led electives, which include STEAM. We also have another public speaking class, a current events class, a film class, math, art, and there's a couple that I'm missing. So all in, if they don't take band, students will take at minimum 8 electives per year. You're welcome.
Quick question, Ms. Cook, can you remind me, why did they not fall into the 5-year recommendation?
Because they're currently labeled as continually low performing.
Thank you.
But I like the track record that we're starting to see. So next time it's going to say that you're still outdoing the local schools and you're exceeding growth, right?
Yes, yes, that's our goal.
Awesome.
Well, I wanted to point out too, in your table of data summary, you have the 3-year change, but really you use 2022 as your baseline. And so you actually accomplished that growth in 2 years.
Thank you.
I do want to know, I going from a negative 8.1 comparison to a positive 4.5, comparability to your district is pretty strong. That's a lot of growth. Good work.
Thank you. I would have to attribute that to the intentionality of the work. We have had numerous conversations, full team, and individualized conversations about elementary, about middle school. And one of the things that we really focused on in this past year was looking at the subgroups, identifying where each child was, making sure that each teacher was very clear on what that child's document said, if there was one, so that all of this information could be used to drive the individualized instruction and whole group instruction.
Any final comments? Okay, well, hearing none, thank you for coming in today. Thank you for the good work that you're doing and working improvement. And I will be making final vote on renewals early in 2025.
Well, thank you for having us.
Okay, I think we're ready to take a lunch break. Is that correct? So looking at the schedule, 45. Why don't we return at, should we try 1:15 for lunch or after lunch? Or no? Faster, not 1:15, I'm sorry. How about 1 o'clock? Let's do 1 o'clock. Okay. And continue with Renewal Schools. Welcome again, Miss Jenna Cook.
All right. The next school that will be before you is ACE Academy. They are a K-8 school located in Cabarrus County, and they first opened in 2014. Looking at their academic data, they have performed at a D the last 3 years. They met growth in 23-24, did not meet in 22-23, and met in 21-22. They have not been comparable to Cabarrus County schools in the last 3 years and are currently on the continually low performing list. You also have their subgroup comparability to their LEA. As far as compliance and financial standing, we do not have any notice of any significant findings for either. And you can also see their enrollment for the immediately preceding 3 years. And then this school has also provided the additional information, notably that they serve a higher proportion of students from Mecklenburg County than they do Cabarrus County. And they've provided enrollment percentages and performance data in that additional data as well. At this time, I would like to invite ACE Academy to come give you their renewal presentation.
Good afternoon. As a reminder, we have 20 minutes total, including questions.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Lila Manat. I'm one of the founding board members of ACE Academy. ACE stands for Academics, Character, Entrepreneurship, and thank you for having us. I would like to present Dr. Bridget Reese. She is our academic leader, as well as Ms. Shannon Martin. She is HR and Compliance Officer. If we go to slide number 2, we're going to start with our academic trends. Dr. Reese.
Good afternoon. For our academic data, as it has been shared, we did meet growth in 2024, and we also exceeded growth in math for 2024. In 2022-23, we did receive a C in our reading. ELG data with our small group instruction. In order to help us improve our academic growth, we have implemented our MTSS program, and we do have intervention times built into our master schedule. We also include our exploratory classes, our math, our PE, drama, STEM, Spanish classes also implement our instructional goals. So they are also able to assist with our math instruction and our annotating data and annotating for reading intervention so that we can have MTSS or intervention throughout our school day. We also had our EC growth. We have many PDs that we offer for our staff. So to increase our workshops, our teacher efficacy, we offer many PDs that the teachers can choose from. We do a mini conference on our planning days. So we have a menu of options for our teachers to choose from and some that we give them specifically to sign up for. Some of those topics that we use are student engagement, small group instruction, aggressive active monitoring, differentiation. We use Teach Like a Champion and Get Better Faster for our instruction to help us improve, as well as analyzing student data.
We also are very proud about the character education that we offer at our school. We offer a number of extracurricular activities that has shown to reduce in disciplinary behaviors. And then lastly, we do a lot of things at ACE Academy. And one thing that we pride ourselves is on working to execute and operate those programs well. So we are compliant in all of our audits.
And the E in ACE Academy stands for entrepreneurship, and we teach kids entrepreneurship. So we have kids in our school between 5th and 8th grade that have actually started their own business. You don't have to do it today, but when you have time, you can click on the link and see one of our kids that received a glowing star from the news. And we have kids that have made collectively over $30,000. That is their money that they keep. Like Ms. Martin said, we have been compliant. We have participated in several grants. We recently were awarded the 21st Century Grant for another 3 years. And we added to the 21st Century 8th grade readiness to help our 8th graders transition into high school. And we have several family engagement programs, and we offer free meals to our students as well as transportation. Can we go to the next slide? So as you can see on the left-hand side, our subgroup, our enrollment has continued to be steady over the last few years, and it has increased, as well as our EC, ELL, and economically disadvantaged students. And ACE has the privilege of being inside Cabarrus County, but we're also on the county line of Mecklenburg County, and 90% of our students come from Mecklenburg County. We operate 4 buses and we transport those students. So we have more students that come from Mecklenburg County than from the actual county that we live in, Cabarrus County. And so the comparable data that we have listed on the next few slides from an academic perspective speaks to the schools that mirror our school from a demographic as well as the subgroup. So I will have Dr. Reese come up and talk about the specific academic data that we have with the comparable schools.
So in comparing our achievement data for schools that are that mirror ours, that are not necessarily in Mecklenburg County. If you look at Rocky River, University Meadows, those schools are in Mecklenburg County, but Wynkoff and Wolf Meadows are in Cabarrus County. Those schools are within 10 miles of us. University Meadows is 2.3 miles away from ACE Academy. Wolf Meadows is 4.9, Wynkoff is 9.5, Rocky River is 4.5. And if you can see with the achievement data and as well on the next slide with growth, that we are in comparison to those schools. And also on our performance data as well. Our performance data for 2022, 23, and 24 were 51, 56, 46, and 48. And as you can see, looking at the other schools that we were in, either performing as well as or better than those schools. And again, with 2 of those schools being in Cabarrus County and 2 in Mecklenburg County.
You go to the next slide. And you go to the last slide. So the last slide speaks to proficiency in reading and math, and you can see compared to the other schools where we are. We have made a lot of progress over the last few years, but we definitely have more room to grow. Last year, we performed at a C in reading, or not in 23, 24, we performed at a C in reading, and we went down in math. So this year that we're in currently, we hired 2 additional math coaches to help drive the dial for our math curriculum. And unfortunately, we put so much pressure in our math, we went a few points down in our reading. So we're teetering where we need to do, where we need to be. And like Dr. Reese said, we're using our small groups, we're using our MTSS to drive the instruction so we can continue to get to where we would like to be, which is a C and then eventually an A. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you so much. Questions from board members? I'm glad to start. Do you have any members of your board here today?
Yes, we do.
Who's here?
We have our board secretary and a board member.
How many members of the board?
5.
5, 2 are here today. Okay.
Mhm.
How often are you meeting?
Every month, we know we have to meet a minimum of 8, a maximum of 10. We're slated to have 10 meetings this year.
Okay. If you were here earlier, you heard me
I did.
like minutes.
Our minutes are on our website and we're using Board on Track.
Yeah,
We just,
I'm there right now. I don't see anything from the current school year and very few minutes from last year as well.
if you go to the governing board, it was there. It's under the governing board. There's 2 folders because we have one folder that's archived for the last 10 years and then one that's new. And then we hired Board on Track the last 3 months.
Yeah, I think you should go take a look.
Okay.
Because it could be user error.
Okay.
I'll admit.
I will definitely research. But we are up to date with our
Because we
board
will be
meetings.
I will be looking when you're back in January for a vote.
Okay,
Transparency
yes,
of
sir.
this board.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Questions, comments?
Do you have any males on your board?
Yes, our board chair is a male. He could not come because he's taking care of his elderly parents.
Okay. Thanks.
Can you share a bit about teacher turnover and qualified teachers? Tell me a bit about your staff.
So about 35% of our staff are licensed certified. We're constantly looking for certified teachers. We have been looking actually through the college at Handshake because we're trying to recruit teachers as we speak. When we bring on new teachers, especially new beginning teachers, we do not place them in the classroom right away. They co-teach with one of the seasoned teachers so they can be trained in our culture as well as be trained in our curriculum.
You may not have this data with you, but it's because I'm asking a specific question, but on your decade, you have indicated that you increased proficiency by 10% and then increased growth by 15%. Do you know what those two scores were? A 15% growth over a decade?
I'm going to give you our academic
It's
leader.
okay if you don't, it just would be helpful to know.
And I don't have that in front of me for over the last 10 years, but I do know that when we looked at our achievement growth, and I have it from 2017. I don't have it with me in my hand, but it went from a 39 to a 41 to a 51, and then we dropped to a 46 and then back to a 48. And then, yes. And then for growth, we were, it was around 83, 85, and we stayed in that until 2022, 23. It dropped to 68 with the math and the reading. And then last year we went back to, I think it's the 83 for growth.
Okay, thank you.
How many of the senior leaders in this at the school site, not the board, have been with the school since its inception?
Ms. Martin has been with the school since its inception, and Dr. Reese has been there 7 years. 7 years.
Okay. How about board members? Do you have board member of the five? Are there any of them still original board members?
No. Oh, Ms. D, yes, our board secretary. I'm sorry, yes. But everybody else, no.
Any other questions? All right, well, hearing that, thank you for coming in today. We really appreciate the time to hear from you and ask you questions. And
Thank you for having us.
we'll be voting in early 2025.
I'll make sure our board members are front, board meeting minutes are front and center.
All right, appreciate
you.
that. Thank you so much.
Okay. The next school is Rising Leaders Academy. They were also formerly known as Mena Charter School of Lee County, if you knew that name. They are a K-8 school in Lee County, and they opened in 2020, so this is their first renewal. Over the past 3 years, they have met or exceeded growth. In 23, 24, and 22, 23, they performed at a D. And then in 21, 22, they were at an F. This year, they are on the continually low performing list, which is why they are in the 3-year placement. And then additionally, they have not been comparable to their local LEA in the last 3 years. For compliance and financial standing, we do not know of any significant concerns. We also have their enrollment data for you. And then Rising Leaders Academy has also submitted some additional information, noting that they serve a diverse student population, including significant proportions of Hispanic, Black, economically disadvantaged, and English learners. And that additional information is attached to your data sheet. At this time, I will invite those from Rising Leaders Academy to give you their renewal presentation.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eloy Macias. I'm the board chair of Rice and Leaders. Here with me, I have Sierra Dixon, our principal, Chris Freeman, and Julie Webb. Right now, I'm going to have Principal Dixon go over the presentation. If you have any questions after that, we're here.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Mr. Macias said, my name is Sierra Dixon. I'm elated to be here before you all. Could you please go to the next slide? As you can see here, historically, we have performed higher with our Hispanic population compared to our LEA. We unapologetically serve the needs of our disadvantaged students. Our target population is Black and Brown students that come from underserved, economically disadvantaged areas. And can you go up one more? I do apologize. To the next one. There you go, perfect. As you can see here, we opened in 2020 during the middle of COVID. 21-22, our growth percentage was 28% compared to Lee County Public Schools at 46%. In 2022, we exceeded growth, and then in 23-24, we met growth again. The difference between our RLA's proficiency scores and our LEA has decreased from 18% to 8% in 2024, and we're really excited about that growth. Now, can you go back to the restorative justice? I do apologize. At RLA, we have a restorative justice program, which is rolled out through the entire school. This is our discipline model. Instead of scholars going home for misbehaving, we have a lot of community circles. Students take accountability for their behaviors. Parents come to the table. We have a lot of community circles. Every single day, scholars go through a community circle where teachers are able to learn more about their kids. So if an issue happens in class, they have a relationship on how to resolve it. They're definitely building a lot of conflict resolution skills that sometimes we adults don't have. They also have work on effective communication skills, and we're very thankful that we have our restorative justice program. As you can see on the right, every single day is throughout our building, kind words, kind thoughts, kind action, kind deeds, and to be the example. The next slide, please. Our compliance, all financial findings have been closed. As I stated earlier, we have met or exceeded growth for the last 3 years, and we are closing the proficiency gap by 5 points each year. If we continue at this trajectory, we will be compared to our LEA, and there are no governance findings. The future of RLA. Our future is to continue to have weekly professional learning communities. We've been really strategic this year. Each hall has a dedicated professional learning community space that teachers can come to for planning, for all their curriculum is there. It's been really intentional about having that space for teachers to work and collaborate. And every week it's a different topic. So 1 week it could be behavior, 1 week it could be data, 1 week it could be upcoming goals and things of that nature. B is increasing intensity of literacy and math interventions. We have just recently hired another part-time reading specialist, and we have a full-time math interventionist this year, which we did not have last year, and we're really thankful for that. C is providing ongoing professional development for teachers regarding classroom management and MTSS, and then strengthening our overall English learners program. Right now, we have a robust program, but we need another ELL teacher and more curriculum and resources to be able to support those scholars to continue to keep them on an upward trajectory. And then maintaining strong and consistent growth while improving proficiency. As you can see, we at RLA, we respectfully request a 5-year renewal. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much. Questions or comments from board members?
You currently are K-8?
We are K school.
How many
yes, sir.
students?
279.
You have preschool?
No, sir, we do not.
$270 students.
79.
279.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's significantly lower than what we were last reported. To what do you attribute maybe the decline?
There was a huge leadership change last year, and I think whenever there's any type of leadership change, people don't know. We also did not have offer before school and after school the past years because we were not recipients of the 21st Century Grant. And by not having those resources for students and families, it caused families to have to go somewhere else where there may have been at school, after school programs.
I have a question. You mentioned the community circle.
Mhm.
Is that in lieu of going to OSS or ISS?
It is. We do not have ISS. If, a student's behavior warrants them going home, they can go home, but we do not have an in-school suspension program. So, as the kids are out of the class, they're not learning because they're just sitting in a classroom, doing busy work essentially. So we do not have an ISS program.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
With not having before and after school care that costs you a lot of students, you just said, has you or the board thought about reinstituting that so you would get your enrollment back up where it needs to be? Obviously, that's a service that all families need.
I can let the board speak to that.
So that is definitely something we consider. Obviously, money and the funding is the big portion of that. We're looking to engage with other community partners to be able to offer those services. Unfortunately, at the time, we had to make that tough decision, given that the stability and the paying the teachers and everyone on staff needed to be paid. So obviously, we made that decision. We looked into sort of making it cost effective, where it's not costing us and it's not costing a lot to the parents. But with the time, we weren't able to figure it out. But we are looking into at least making it to where it makes sense for the parents and the school. But we just couldn't continue taking that financial cost of the before and after care.
Are you in the same location you were when you originally opened up?
We are.
Have the same landlord?
Yes.
So I know you guys went through a significant challenge. So what's been the impact on the board? Is everyone on the board new or?
As of right now, from the previous board, there is 5 of us left, and we have 2 new board members.
Okay, 2 new board members? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So talking about this enrollment trend going in the wrong direction, in addition to Mr. Machado's idea, what other strategies are you guys working on or implementing to build enrollment back?
Obviously, we have to get back out there and we start doing more marketing, right? When we had the change of leadership, we had them in, our main focus was to make sure that the school stayed open and that we continue to provide the academics for our students. Right now, I'm engaging and some of our board members are engaging, like I said, with other community partners, such as a community college that offer night classes for the Hispanic community and Spanish classes for anyone that's wanting to learn Spanish. They have a lot of community engagement. So our goal is to be able to create some sort of partnership where they can use our facilities at night and be able to bring additional parents and resources, again, hoping that they could possibly assist with some of the after school or before care.
I see here that your EDS percentage is about 32%. Is that current and accurate? Okay. And then when you have students, families leave, do you do an exit survey or do you survey your families regularly that you might be able to attribute that loss to anything beyond before and after school care?
Yes, I will say one of the things that Principal Dixon has done tremendous, a great job is speaking with the parents, sending out surveys. One of the main examples I can give you is the name of the school. The changing of the name was community, parent, and student involvement, as well as our staff. We didn't come up with the name ourselves, or we didn't decide to say, hey, this is going to be your mascot. That's something that from that level to how is this affecting you to the calendar input has all come from our parents, staff, as well as community, right? We look at things that happen within the local schools to make sure we're not impacting some of those parents that have students at the regular school. So anything from the name to closing, communication, all those things, the community is involved. And that's one of the biggest differences that I can tell you that we're doing is our parent engagement. 2 of our new board members are parents. I myself, my daughter was at the school. So that's one of the big key differences that we're doing.
Sierra Dixon, Chatham Central. Oh, buddy. Oh, now we know we got good leadership.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments?
I just want to echo Ms. Dixon. She's a phenomenal leader. So I just want to state that.
Thank you.
I wasn't gonna say anything. I didn't wanna,
I'm pretty sure I tried to hire her at some point. I'm sure I.
Well, thank you for your time this afternoon, for coming in. And since I'm becoming, this is becoming my reputation, I guess, today, thank you for having your board minutes and your schedule on your website. Very
Thank you. I will be the first one to admit it was a lot of work, but it got done. Again, thanks to Principal Dixon. She's done a tremendous job of getting the school where it's at.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right, next is Charlotte Secondary School. They are a 612 school in Mecklenburg County, first opened in 2007. Over the last 3 years, they have met growth. In 21-22, they were at a D, 22-23, a C, and then 23-24, an F. They are currently on the continually low performing list, and they have not been comparable to CMS over the last 3 years. For compliance and financial standing, we're not aware of any current significant, although the beginning teacher support plan did reach out to let us know that they did not complete their 2024 BTSP peer review, and they are scheduled for monitoring this month from that team. And then their enrollment is listed additionally, and then you can see their historical charter agreements listed. At this time, I will invite Charlotte Secondary to give you their renewal presentation.
Good afternoon. How's everybody? Good. My name is Johanna Miller. I'm the head of school. I've been with Charlotte Secondary since 2018. Started out as the EC director there and have just seen the potential of the school, and just want you to know that I'm totally committed to this school, to its mission, and to what we do at this school. And what I have here today is Mrs. Paulden, who is our Director of Instruction and Culture. Mrs. Paulden has been with the school 11 years, so together she and I have put some time into this school and know what this school can be, and we're both committed to making it what it should be. Dr. Bellamy is a board member. Mrs. Iris is one of our financial members, and Mrs. Bass, Angie Bass, is a board member, as well as Mrs. Monique Stubbs. We have Erica Rogers, I believe, and Lorraine Joseph attending virtually. I'll start out with some of our school and subgroup trends. For the 2024 school year, the following subgroups met growth in English 2. Our Black students, our economic disadvantage, our Hispanic, our students with disability in our EL. Our Black students also made growth in 2022, 2023, 2024 in both Math 1 and English 2. Our economically disadvantaged students met growth in Math 1 for the 2022, 23, and 24. They met growth in English 2 as well. Middle school math and ELA met or exceeded growth for the years 22, 23, and 24. We've increased our graduation rate over the past 3 years. Our academic growth rate increased as well, and our overall math proficiency rate increased from 8.9% to 38.5% from the school years of 21, 23. And when I presented this, our 24 was not out yet. I want to say one of the things that we're doing that's really different for us this year to eliminate opportunity gaps. I'm sorry, I'm on to our academic goals and strategies. We did something that was that's not been done. we have moved to a 4-day school week for our students and a 5-day work week for our staff. And so we extended our school day by an hour. So from 7:30 to 8:30 every morning, we have built in intervention time. And so every student in our building is in intervention time from 7:30 to 8:30, and then they proceed with their school day after that. Our Fridays, this has been a game changer for our students and for our teachers. Overwhelming support from our parents about the Fridays of having their students off, what it's done for their social and emotional needs. Our teachers, and if you look under number 2, improvement school performance for the 2027 school year, our Fridays are reserved for our teachers and administrators to just sit and analyze our data. We have all of our PDs on that day. We sit individually, myself, our assistant principal, and our dean of culture. We sit with each teacher individually. We analyze all of their data and we come back together, to see what our next steps are. And so our Fridays have been a game changer, in my opinion, for I think what we're going to see in January when we take our first set of EOCs for our high school kids. Areas of improvement and strategies, please. So one of the areas of a growth that we know we need to work on is to increase our enrollment. And to do that, we have one of our marketing and branding specialists has joined our CSS board to help us rebrand ourselves, to help us get our name out. I think our school is a hidden gem that we just not marketed our school. And so over the years since I've been there, I've kind of see what needed to be done. And so I'm honored to take this opportunity to fight for what needs to be done. One of the things that we're doing as well to increase our enrollment is we partnered with My Brother's Keepers. We partnered with Big Brothers and Big Sisters. And so one of the things that we're doing, and I think I can speak to that when I get to our goals of what we're doing with some of our partners. We need to diversify our funding. Since I've been there, we've not really done any fundraising. So this year we're kicking off our first capital campaign. We've hired, well, not hired, she's joining our board. She is a campaign specialist for capital campaigns. So we're expanding our need to diversify our funds because that's somewhere we need to improve so that we can maximize our teachers and our student growth. The elephant in the room, we went down in our grade. I wasn't happy about that. I wear that and I take it personal every day. And so our goal is to improve our report card grade to a C or better. I think right now we have the plan in place, which is that 4-day work week, so that we are intentional about looking at student data, looking at how we can move kids, because our kids show up every day to us and it is our job to get them where they need to be. And that's what my commitment is. If we'll move on to our close. So this is our 17th year of service. We did a survey with our students, and what our students said is that it is a safe, inclusive environment where they love to come every day. We had the honor of having some of the board members at our school who met with our parents. Our parents, we have some amazing parents. We have an amazing school. And so I just want the opportunity to take that school where it was at one point and where I know that it could be. Strong evidence suggests that when our students start with us in middle school and graduate with us. They perform well. Our top graduates for this coming school year are our 4 top graduates. They've been with us since 6th grade. And so there is evidence. We don't compare with CMS, which is our LEA, but we do compare within ourselves. So when kids start with us and finish with us, they grow. They show phenomenal growth academically. Our top 4 seniors by class ranking have attended our school since middle school. All of those high school students of the 4 are proficient in English 2 and Math 3. 3 out of the 4 are proficient in biology. 3 out of the 4 are proficient in math. And I highlighted those kids because those kids have been with us since 6th grade. Again, our 4-day work week for students, 5-day work week for teachers. This year, we're doing something, and we had our first round of interviews. So the partnership with My Brother's Keepers, we're doing some professional-based internship programs. And so our children had to complete an application. The application asked them what their interests are, why they would want to do an internship. And we started with our seniors. And they had to complete their resume, they had to submit their resume, and then we graded everybody on a rubric. And so the kids that made it through, their second step was to actually do a panel interview. And so we invited people from the public to actually interview these children. And so out of the 11 that interviewed, 6 of them are going on to the next phase, which is where we start connecting our students with internships within the program. So the executive director from our Brothers Keepers is who's working with us. He has a mentoring program that he does, and he has professionals lined up for our students to be able to start going into these roles and being mentored and intern with possible jobs and things that they want to look forward to. We met growth in 10 out of 11 of the tested subjects this school year, which is big for us because we've not met that many before. So that's our school. At the back, I did include some artifacts. I believe in accountability. And so if you take a look at some of these artifacts, this is what we do on Fridays. Our teachers, whenever our teachers introduce a standard, they do a pre and a post test based on that standard. And if you could see, we have our ELA, our 7th grade ELA, her pre-data. So what she tests students, and then based on that test, we put them in groups. And then she post-tests them at the end of the standard. And so if you can see, that's what every teacher is doing for every standard. And it's not a long test. It's maybe 6 to 8 questions, so it doesn't take a lot of time to look at that. And then we have an accountability sheet for our walkthroughs where admin has increased their walkthroughs. And then our Friday data meeting report, that's where we sit with our teachers. And if you could see, we actually look at, are they on pace? What error trends did you find in students' work from what you're teaching? What is your plan to address that? And so we go into every meeting looking at their data and being intentional about their data and setting up what are we going to do next, if those kids aren't meeting those. And so during what we call Power Hour is where we, based on the data, go back and reteach or pull small groups based on the data from the week before. Any questions?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Questions for the board?
I have a few questions. Where in Charlotte are you located?
We're in East Charlotte. I don't know if you're familiar with Monroe Road or East Meck. We're right down the street from East Meck High School.
Okay. How long have you been at the school?
So
in this current position?
In the current position, this is my 2nd year. So last year was my first year as head of school. And it was, if I could be honest, it was a tough year. We had a lot of changes that took place. And I think my first year was just kind of getting my feet wet. I think correcting some problems that needed to be fixed. And I was able to do that and put in place of how we can move forward at this point.
How many seniors did you graduate last year?
Last year was 42. This year, our class is 26.
And what is your graduation rate?
Our graduation rate at this moment, we went up to, I just put it in here, I'm sorry. I want to say we're at 87% graduation. No, we're at 92.1%.
With having school 4 days a week for the kids, are you making sure that you will meet the required number of hours of instruction?
Yes, ma'am. We're actually over the required number of hours when we increased our day to an extra hour.
Day.
Yes, ma'am. So we're exceeding the time.
Your school day goes from 8:30 to what time?
Our school day goes from 7:30 to 3:30.
Okay, 7:30 to 8:30 is intervention.
Yes,
Part of your school
ma'am.
day, and
Yes,
then
ma'am.
8:30 to 3:30.
Mhm.
So it is interesting. I don't know. I wondered if you have observed other methodologies or practices that take this 20% of your instructional week and you turn it into data analysis. Have you seen any models of that or seen data that tells what kind of results that could provide?
So what I do know is that data changes the game. When we know where our kids are performing in that moment and can make those corrections in the moment, we tend to catch it and it doesn't just roll over. And so one of the things that we are targeting is in the moment data, catching those trends of where kids are and addressing those trends without it just continuing on.
True. So, but you didn't have a model, another school you had observed or anything?
We did not have another school that we observed, no ma'am. I think we're the first that I know of to do this 4-day school week in our area.
Maybe the first in our state. Does anyone know of a 4-day school week? Pardon me? Okay, second. What, final question for me, what percentage of your teachers are certified?
So we're above 50% this year. That was a struggle for us. I think as we all know, across the state, it's been a struggle, but we've put every effort into alternative pathways for licensing and certifying our teachers. And so we're working really hard to make that happen. One of the things for us this year is just being able to sit with teachers. So I was kind of strategic in when I pulled out my assistant principal. Our assistant principal has been there for 4 years. He's from Uncommon Schools with New York, who have great results. And so I pulled him. He oversees our math department. And so since he's been with us, he has made growth or exceeded growth every year in math. And so I pulled him out of the classroom to lead our math because we've always struggled in math. And then this year I pulled Mrs. Paulden out, who is, she's another teacher that has made it or exceeded growth in middle school. And so we're intentional about when we sit with our teachers every week to unpack the standards. Teachers sometimes have to practice, like, what does this look like for you? And so Fridays are game changers. Our teachers have been very appreciative of having that because now they get to actually plan and spend time when they go home to be with their families. And so I'm hoping to see the results of this. We started last year. It wasn't as intentional because we didn't have that day to just sit and do that. It was after a long day of being with kids and people ready to go home. And so I'm looking forward to see the results of this.
I think you just answered one of these questions. So you started the 4-day week this year.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then what kind of professional learning does your leadership team, your facilitators what are they exposed to in terms of data analysis and coaching and growing? Beginning teachers or teachers who might be struggling with interventions?
A great question. So what we do, again, is we start our mornings out on Fridays in professional development. We've been intentional about data analysis and our PDs around data analysis. I mentioned before, our head of school is from Uncommon Schools, and Uncommon Schools are one of the leaders in data and data analysis and how it moves children. And so our focus has been on data analysis, the importance of it, how you look at it, how you fix the trends in the moment. We use our exit tickets. Our teachers are required 2 or 3 times a week to do exit tickets. So not only are we doing pre and post tests, we're also doing exit tickets to kind of monitor, okay, so how did the kid do this time? And based on that data is when you kind of address in our intervention or our power hour, those trends, so it doesn't take from our 90 minutes of instruction time.
One final question. What is your enrollment?
Our enrollment right now is 166.
Okay. Mhm. Good.
Yeah, thank you for coming in this afternoon. Just real quickly, I'm gonna go back to board members.
Yes.
Looks like you're meeting monthly, but there's no minutes since May posted on the website. And
are you in our website under board?
yes, board meeting notes 2024, May 7th. It's the last it's been posted. Take a look at that.
We will, because we do have those
And
minutes.
I'm gonna ask too that you consider, the minutes don't need to be a blow by blow of everything every person said at every moment,
Mhm.
but they're pretty thin. And let me give you an example. I'm looking at one where there's minutes of, the academic report, the financial report. Just last year, we dealt with a school that their minutes reflected no conversation whatsoever about the school's finances.
Okay.
And so your minutes look more like an agenda with a little comment next to it. So maybe just a little bit more meat on the bone on those board meeting minutes.
Thank you.
Because I use that as this example, hopefully it's a helpful example, because you don't want to be behind the podium. We're asking all these. Well, we talked about that. We talked about the financial situation in October of 2024. Well, your minutes don't reflect that. Right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have safe travels home. as
Any
well.
other questions? Thank you.
All right, the last renewal school for today is Lakeside Charter Academy. They are a K-8 school located in Mecklenburg County. They first opened in 2014. This past year, they performed at an F, and 22-23 and 21-22, they were at a D. The last 2 years, they have not met growth, but did meet growth in 21-22. They are on the continuously low performing list and have not been comparable to the local LEA in the last 3 years. OCS is not currently aware of any significant compliance or financial concerns. And you can see their enrollment listed as steadily increasing. And their charter agreement, so this would be their fourth charter agreement that they're asking for. So I will ask for Lakeside Charter Academy to come give you their renewal presentation.
Good afternoon. I'm Taft Morley. I represent the Board of Lakeside. We've got 6 of 7 members here. Just to hurry up before we get into the presentation, wanted to acknowledge that the last year and a half has been a little bit difficult and turbulent as we lost what had been a pretty stable person at the head of the school, and which we thought would take us to the next place. I took another job, which is great, and so we had gone through a little bit of turbulence as we've tried to find the right person for the job, which we are confident that we've done that, and confident that you'll see that in our presentation with Mr. Muhammad. He's great and brings a wealth of experience in team building in high performance charter schools as well. And the team that we've surrounded him with, or that he's been able to put together as well, we believe will be able to not only get us to where we get us back to where we were, but take us much, much better. So with that, we'll turn it over to Mr. Muhammad.
Good afternoon, board. Great to be here. Pleased to see you all. So I am Wayne Muhammad. I'm the new principal at Lakeside Charter Academy, and I'm pleased to be able to stand before you today to tell the story of Lakeside Charter and give you a little bit about our narrative, what we've gone through, and basically where we intend to take the school. So if you could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So as Mr. Morley alluded to, the current reality of the last 3 years at Lakeside may not seem that appealing to you. Of course, you know that we have not been comparable to the local LEA Mecklenburg County schools for the last couple of years. We were able to meet growth in 21-22. And as it was stated, we did not meet growth. The school did not meet growth the last couple of years. And so you can see the drop off in scores, particularly in math and science, as compared to Mecklenburg County schools for those couple of years. And as a result, the school performance dropped from a 51D down to a 44D in 22-23, and then subsequently to a 33F this past school year. Math was particularly, there was a dip there in math, and so we are concerned about the math scores, and my eye is on that as we move through this school year and as we move forward. As you go to the next slide, you'll see some of the notable trends in the data that we wanted to point out. We are celebrating the fact that 2 of the last 3 years, our ELA scores have been comparable to CMS. And as I have gone through the building, particularly in grades 3 through 8, and looked at the teaching, we have some good ELA teachers, and so I'm very confident in what's happening there. But we are concerned about the steady and significant declines that have been occurring in math over the past few years. And so that caught my eye as well when I came aboard in May. And there has been a significant decline in ELA scores this past year from what it had been in previous years. And so, as you know, we have not met academic growth these last couple of years. And so that is a concern. It is on our radar. And so as we venture through this particular school year, I was very, very interested to know, what do we have at Lakeside now? Who's in our building? How are they performing? And what is the data telling us about what we have to look forward to? And so as you see on the next slide, the current reality of this year, all we have to go on is check-in data right now. So in terms of quantitative data, this is what we have. And so the first check-ins were decent in my eyes. We broke the data down, and I looked at the number of students who got at least 40% of the questions right. And so that was kind of the threshold that we set, because I wanted to see, we don't want to bite off too much too fast. Let me look at this number, knowing that if we can get 40% of our questions right in quarter 1, then perhaps we'll be at 60% quarter 2. Check-in 2. By check-in 3, we'll have a greater percentage of our students scoring more questions correctly, knowing that we have a lot of new staff in our building. And so this is the data that I present to you. And as you can see, we tend to be headed in the right direction. And so as an experienced charter leader, if I were overly concerned about this, I absolutely would tell you. But this gives me a little bit of hope for what we're going to be able to do this year and moving forward. And so just kind of summarily, as we go to the next slide, the data shows a large percent of our students getting at least that 40% of questions correct. So we're happy and we're hopeful about that. Also, I'm hopeful and happy about the fact that we do, like, Lakeside now has an experienced charter school principal. I've been in this work with charter schools from early on, 1998, having worked in a few charter schools as a teacher, Sally B. Howard Charter School, Sugar Creek Charter School, having been a middle school dean with Forsyth Academy in Winston-Salem, where we were able to raise student achievement in every single grade and content during my year there as a middle school dean, moving on to Research Triangle Charter Academy as the principal there with National Heritage Academies, and moving that school from a D to almost a B before I left in 2020, then moving on to be the original founding principal of Summit Creek Charter Academy in Greensboro. So my foot is in this work. I love it. We have an experienced business manager and director of operations in Ms. Taisha Edwards, who's worked with me at 3 other different schools. And so we bring some stability. Our hope is to bring some stability to Lakeside. And if I did not believe that we could do that, then I certainly would not be here now. We are fully staffed. We're probably one of the few charter schools that you may be able to find that are fully staffed, but we are fully staffed. And as a matter of fact, we've had teachers who left before in previous years who have actually come back this year. They've heard about the changes at Lakeside. They've heard about the culture is different. The leadership is different. It's more supportive, and they have found their way back. There's at least 3 that we can name that have found their way back to Lakeside. And a lot of that is due to the changes that have been made in the culture. We've absolutely been able to transform both the academic and the behavioral culture of the school. There were some concerns, particularly in the middle school, and we've managed to change that. People walk in the building now and it feels different. And as a low-performing school, having been designated, I'll say that, as a low-performing school, if you were to walk through Lakeside right now, it doesn't feel like a low-performing school. There are things happening, there are habits and practices, things that are happening at Lakeside that are happening at high-performing schools. So my mission and my goal is to be able for us to continue those things so that the results mirror the habits and the practices that can be seen in the school. Observations are happening, walkthroughs are happening. We are giving teachers feedback, we're coaching them. Development is taking place on a more consistent basis. Data analysis is happening on a more consistent basis. And so these are the things that I know as an experienced charter school leader that will help us to turn the tide at Lakeside. And so I'm looking forward to us doing that. Teacher morale has improved. Student morale has improved. Parents are elated about what they see happening at Lakeside. And so we know that if we continue to do the things that we're doing now, that the results will be as they need to be, as they should be. So what are we looking to do to move forward? I listed 7 steps. Stabilizing the school leadership, and I think we've done that. We've managed to put a strong team together. If you guys could step up for a second. As I said, Ms. Edwards has worked with me at 2 or 3 different schools. We have Ms. Ashley Crawford, who is our director of EC, and then Ms. Beverly Sipe, who is my assistant principal, who served as the interim principal, and she's been at Lakeside for a while. And so certainly if anyone is qualified to speak of the difference in the climate and the culture and the atmosphere and the habits and practices of Lakeside, then certainly she can speak to that. And so we are elated that we have a strong team who can push this school in the right direction. We've managed to stabilize staff retention. Again, we are fully staffed. We have a good team of teachers who have bought in and believe in the things that we're asking them to do. And they own. We've had conversations about full team ownership of the data, whether you were there or not. This is everybody's data now, and we all own it. And we all are gonna jump in and do the work to turn the school around and to get rid of this F. Stabilizing enrollment and attendance. So certainly that is on our minds. We're always looking at how we can get more students in the building and serve more students in our community. And then even beyond that, then what are we doing with them when we get them? So what does instruction look like? And so certainly that is always at the top of my list, the quality instruction. And so we're not as focused on intervention that you see a lot of schools talk about intervention. My focus is core instruction. What is happening in the core class, the 90 minutes or the 70, 80, 90 minutes that our teachers have them. I don't want to build an intervention program that is intervening on bad teaching. So we're going to start with the teaching. We're going to make sure that the quality of the teaching that we have is high level, that we're coaching teachers, giving them the feedback, and then we'll address any needed interventions after that. And so that happens by way of quality control inspection, right? Myself and Ms. Sipe as the instructional leaders of the building, getting into classrooms, getting our eyes on the instruction, making sure that teachers are doing the things that good and great teachers do, that students are doing the things that good and great students do, giving real-time feedback, coaching, having O3s, developing teachers. These are things that really weren't happening on a consistent basis. And these things are happening now. And so if there's anything that I could give you for this story of Lakeside is that whatever it is that you would desire to see or have desired to see, those things are happening now. And so we are excited about the future. Again, if I were not, I wouldn't be here. And so although this team well, a couple of us are new, but we are galvanized in making sure that this school is functioning as a high-performing school and delivering the results that we have promised parents that we would. Questions?
Thank you so much. Questions or comments from board members?
Just a question here. I'm curious on your current reality.
Yes.
24, 25. In your ELA scores, have you identified maybe some of the strategies that are helping those students see the level of success that they are seeing so that you could, perpetuate that throughout the school?
I'm sorry, give me that question.
You're seeing 10 out of 11 and 9 out of 11 scoring, doing better, improving, growing. Have you identified practices, teacher instructional methods, things that are helping those students?
Yeah, I think particularly for our middle school in grades 5 through 8, one of the significant factors is relationship. The teacher that we have in the middle school classroom is a teacher that students who was not teaching middle school ELA last year. She worked in the building, but she was not teaching middle school ELA. And as I sat and had conversations with students at the end of last year, because I came on in May, I had conversations with students about teachers and classrooms and your experience and what is it that you like, what's happening that you don't like. That teacher was one that they named and said, we learn when she's in here. She fills in sometimes for our teacher, and that's when we learn. And so I had a conversation with that teacher and said, listen, would you be willing to teach middle school ELA? The students are bought into you. They have identified you as a person that they learn with. And she said, I'm all on board. And she made the move for me, and it's yielding results. Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, what math curriculum are you guys using right now?
We use Go Math, Into Math, and Go Math.
Is that new or is that what you've been using?
Started last year. Our teachers 3 years ago kind of voted. We were using Math in Focus, and they weren't really pleased with it aligning with the standards, the North Carolina standards as much. So there was a team when Dr. Montag was still at Lakeside Charter, a team of teachers that got together and looked at curriculums and what they thought would meet the standards. So it started right as he was leaving.
And just for my knowledge, so are you guys, you're using NT check-ins to get your data, correct? Is there alignment in the pacing of the subject and the assessment that's being given?
Not exactly, but it's very close. And teachers, we're supplementing that curriculum to make sure that we're hitting all those standards.
All right, thank you.
Other questions or comments?
What's your percentage of licensed teachers?
Our licensed teacher percentage is just above 50%, about 54, 55%.
Okay, and you said you started in May.
Yes.
Coming in, have you and your leadership team spent much time looking at the teacher working condition survey?
We did look at the teacher working condition survey, yes.
Okay, and are you weaving those results kind of into your plans? You talked about there being a morale and a culture shift and that feeling different. So you've taken that and you have an action plan?
Yes, yes. So we have looked at the survey results and we have tried the action plan around the survey results, yes.
Okay, thank you so much for coming in today. And again, we'll be making final decisions on renewals in early 2025.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is a second applicant for today. Why don't we take a quick bio break? Let's reconvene at 2:20. 2:20, we'll start up. Okay, good afternoon and welcome back, Ms. Rackley.
Okay, great. And so our next applicant is Bright Scholars. And just a reminder that we have 1 hour reserved today. And so I'll make a 5-minute quick introduction and then I'll turn the microphone over to our board of Bright Scholars today, and they'll have 10 minutes to make the introduction, followed by the discussion and deliberation, and then a final closing statement by the board, and then your vote. And so slide 18 here, just a little census data. The census data for Mecklenburg County just estimates that the population is hovering at 1.1 million. And Mecklenburg County has higher percentages of persons under 5, persons under 18 relative to the state, and then a smaller share of adults 65 years or older. So effectively, there are an overrepresentation of school-age children in this area. And Bright Scholars is slated to open in Mecklenburg County with a mission. The mission of Bright Scholars is to provide a well-rounded, meaningful education to future leaders who are empowered and equipped with the necessary skills to embrace life's opportunities and challenges with character. Bright Scholars does propose to be a K-5 school serving 288 students. And they will participate in the National School Lunch Program. They do propose to offer transportation using cluster stops with a van service. They do plan to activate a weighted lottery, and their facility is actually a temporary facility through year 2 in a church location in that 28208 zip code. Then they do plan to build starting with year 3. Proposing a 30,000 square foot facility space. Bright Scholars is not a repeat applicant. They did use Leaders Building Leaders for application assistance, and they will not utilize a management organization. And so we can look at the next slide and just do the demographic comparison. There again in blue is what the school is proposing by way of their subgroups. So you can take a look at that. And just keep in mind that there are 34 active charters in Mecklenburg County with 186 traditional schools in the district. And so our primary point of contact for this application has been Miss Maria Hull, and she's joined here today with, I believe, 2 of her other board members. She has an attendee that is also remote today on our Zoom. And so at this time, I would like to call the Bright Scholars Board up to make their 10-minute introduction statement.
Thank you. Board, thank you for having us. I'm Thomas Connors, and I am the sitting board chair for Bright Scholars. We have 2 of our board members who are not here today. One had a recent surgery and was unable to attend. The other is my wife. Her name is Dr. Najina Connors, and she is involved with Atrium Health, Wake Forest University School of Medicine. Today is resident interviews for the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. And as a result, she had to be there for that, but her commitment is as strong as mine and anyone else who is on our board. I would like to introduce Miss Maria Hall. She is the founding partner and potential headmaster, head of school rather, and Miss Elaine Worthy. Absent is Heather Pettit. She is the individual who's having the surgery. And we have joining us via online, Iris Cotton, Miss Iris Cotton. So why? She already talked about there are a number of charter schools that are already in Mecklenburg County. However, if you look at our application, you see very clearly that the number of schools operated by CMS and charters that are in this particular zip code and school zone grossly underperform, with the exception of one who sits right now with a B. We only have one sitting with a B grade. And so with that, we were clearly thinking that we can do more. We can do more. We have the second poorest zip code in Mecklenburg County. All of us myself, Ms. Hall, and Ms. Elaine have worked in this district. I served in this zone as an administrator. I managed a magnet program. They have lived within the district. Everyone that is involved with our board has either worked in this district or lived in it. And that is reflective of our commitment to this particular zip code. And so we'll have Ms. Hall come up and continue with our opening.
Thank you. Yes. Our opening statement, approval of this application will allow us to fulfill our mission for preparing students to be critical thinkers, responsible citizens, and lifelong learners. Our charter school is designed to serve a specific need within our community with the focus of educating the whole child with personalized learning and social emotional learning at our core. This will allow every student to thrive and be equipped with the necessary skills to embrace life's opportunities and challenges with character. The community has expressed a need for an alternative education option that meets the diverse needs of our student population. Our school will fill this gap by offering specialized programs, small class sizes. We're looking at a ratio of 1:16 and a curriculum that emphasizes both academic rigor and social emotional development. The school will bring a unique blend of educational approaches, including project-based learning, technology integration, and personalized learning that goes beyond the standards required to build character, leadership skills, and community engagement. Our school is committed to ensuring that all students are equipped with the resources they need, including specialized services for those who may need extra support. Local families are seeking a school that prioritizes a well-rounded education, preparing students not just for academic success, but for real world challenges and opportunities. We're committed to continue to work with the community, the educators, and all stakeholders of the future leaders in our Charlotte area by building good character and that focus on social and emotional learning. By establishing a school that reflects on our values and needs and the ambitions of our community, we're addressing this underserved demand of a more inclusive and innovative educational choice. So what makes us different? We're all educators. We're not businessmen. We're not. We're education at our core. We truly have a passion for what we do. We have a passion for this community, and we are here to provide that additional choice for the community as we see a need for something different. We know our community, and we have chosen to listen to the needs of our parents and students by getting together to plan Bright Scholars, by focusing on the development and growth of the future leaders of Charlotte, specifically in the 28208 zip code. We are truly invested in the best interests of our community.
Thank you very much. All right, we have 25 minutes for deliberation or questions that we'll probably be asking all of you. So
Thank you.
I'd like to know if,
yeah, so you'll hear us kind of talk amongst ourselves with some questions, and then we'll hand it back over to you.
We will remain silent.
okay. I'd like to know if the transportation will be provided by them, the vans, and if there are 15 passenger vans.
Okay.
I guess for me, the 96 students K1, I guess that's is that inside the tent? That's inside the temporary facility, and is that why the numbers so? Because that's a tough budget to manage, 96 students.
Yep. I have questions about the budget related to personnel as well as instructional materials cost and technology. I can dig deeper into that once we get to that.
I have a concern, and that is, well, I think it's wonderful to have, I think it's great to have education, people who are deeply invested in education on the board. We had a group in a couple of years ago who was heavy on business experience and had no real education experience when the group came in. This is the exact opposite. It looks like it's a board with a lot of education experience, but no business experience. And my guess is you could survey some of the people who lead charter schools that are on this charter school review board, and they would tell you running a charter school is a business. There's a business element to it. And my concern in seeing this board is I think they need more support on the business side.
Yeah, I think that ties into my question around, did they look at, when putting the budget together, did you look at other school budgets that were similar to startups, yours, who helped you with the budget? Yeah, we'll dive into those. So, other questions?
Start. This budget might take a minute.
Well, there's a change in the head of school, so I'll be interested in what occurred because he has the resume of Africa Cherry. As the
That is an error by our board president. I'm so sorry. It's not a change of head of schools. She is the potential head, that she is the head of school. I'm so sorry.
You were to right?
No, I'm so sorry. That was an error. It should be potential leadership, not potential head of school.
So it is.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And I also have questions about the budget, and I guess they probably relate to yours. One, sometimes it's difficult to talk about people's salaries and get specific on what someone's making, and what someone's value is, and those kinds of things. But I just feel like it's important to raise it that there are 3 leadership positions in the school: a principal and 2 deans, for a school that will have 96 students in year 1, kindergarten 1, and you're paying 2 deans and a principal. It's a top-heavy salary structure, very top-heavy. And so beyond that, by year 5, those 3 leaders have received a 61.5% increase in pay, whereas teachers have had 8% compared to the 61. So when I see those ratios, it's concerning. Yes. And this isn't an underserved area. It's how the school was presented, that we're working in an underserved area. And so just would expect, I don't know that it's not really excessive, but salaries of that nature for that many individuals to run a school that's really relatively small in size, 100, 200, finally 288. So it's not like you're dealing with the complexities of a middle school and a high school that is more demanding. Not that any school isn't demanding, I don't mean to say that, but just those kinds of things raise questions about where the funding, how the resources are being used, because you do have a limited.
Let's start on the budget. So let's start with, we'll try to wrap all of this together on the budget. First, on the question about who on the board, so 2 questions. Who on the board is sort of the finance person, or there might be multiple people, but to Dr. Danielson's point of view, perspective, who's sort of the business finance representative of the board? And then tied to that, did you have assistance in putting this budget together? And if so, tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. So in terms of the board members that have financial experience, I have an MBA. My wife has an MBA. We both have managed grants. We both have worked with larger sums of money at various points in our career. So we have that background in terms of looking at money, how it's being accounted for, where it's going, and being accountable for it. So those are connections that we present with. We also have a board member, Heather, our board secretary. She manages properties and a significant property management business in Gaston County. So we have people on the board who are able to look at finance.
In terms of putting the budget together, did you model this? Did you look at other schools, or how did you come up with some of the?
Yes, we did review other charter schools that have been approved in their budget and operating charter schools. And we've also leaned on Leaders Building Leaders and their advisement on building our budget.
Okay. So I want to jump right into the budget, if I may, to Ms. Hare's point. The number of administrators over a period of 5 years, not just the number, but also maybe salaries comparatively to other folks in the budget. And then just a couple other things that caught my eye on the personnel side is No school counselor, unless I missed that. Is that intentional?
No, so the school counselor is a dual role. So the dean of family support, that is going to be a licensed also school counselor. So you have these people who are playing multiple positions. So our foundation, of course, you have to have a principal, but then we have our two pillars, academics and social emotional learning, character building. So if we felt that it was important to have those three positions for our school because it's at the basis of our mission.
Okay, we're sharing from our perspective of
Yes.
our
I've seen-
experiences.
Yes.
A dean of students and family support, who's also going to be the school counselor, who's also going to be the registrar,
Yes.
has a lot of hats.
Yes, it is a lot of hats. We understand that we have to be very lean in our budget because of that. People have to play multiple roles. The head of school is going to be running the finance the first year.
The other thing I think that caught my eye on the budget was just, and again, it's probably just a matter of needing further explanation, is you get into some of the costs around technology, classroom technology.
Mhm.
$126 a year in software. So presumably you're running 6 classes, 16 students a class over 3 grade levels.
So that is just for office staff, not line number, but if you go further down, there is money for technology in a different line.
In classroom technology, it has software, $126 across the board for 5 years. And then Chromebooks technology, first year, $7,200. Staff development, $4,000. Curriculum and text, $5,520. These are things that are catching my eye. It's like that,
Okay.
those numbers seem like
Yes.
really low,
Yes.
in my opinion, but
Yes.
because if I'm reading this correctly, I'm doing the math. You have 16 students per grade or per class,
Per class, 3 classes
Three.
per grade.
3 classes per grade.
Mhm.
I mean, that's less than $50 a student for text materials. That's equipping that's equipping all those classrooms for $7,200 or $126 in software alone.
No, so you also have an instructional material line as well at $10,000.
So what's in that number?
The instructional materials, so student textbooks.
Text or below?
I'm sorry, can you say that?
Text look to be below that number. Curriculum and text you have is 50.
Yes, so I'm sorry, my eyes in my paperwork. So yes, we have textbook here and we have instructional materials that's going to be including like our iReady. That's the curriculum that we have chosen to have used to help drive our personalized learning as well. And it's also for the materials that are needed within the classroom. So that's including our second step program. That is including, let me pull up my other
What,
piece of paper.
going back to technology, what is and I apologize, I've read the app, but I'm not remembering right now.
Okay.
Like Chromebooks, are you giving every student a Chromebook? Is it at one per
So
classroom?
we don't have the funds to start off with every child per Chromebook. So the goal is to have a class set of Chromebooks per grade level when we start, that they can rotate within the grade level. But by year 3 or 4, by year 3, we will have 3 and 4. We will have more Chromebooks by our year 5. Every child will have a Chromebook.
And I would just suggest you might going to practical back and look at those numbers because I don't
Okay.
know how you outfit a class set in every
So-
class for $7,200.
No, not in every class. Every grade level. So a grade, like a Chromebook card. So it will be 16 for kindergarten and 16 for first grade.
So technology is not like something that's going to be the main tool for that's a supplement.
No, it's a
Switching.
supplemental tool. That is correct. Or like the expectation will be students will spend at least 20 to 30 minutes on it a day. It's not like all day resource.
Sort of correction. So,
Okay.
when I put together the principal and the 2 deans over the 5-year period, the total increase
increase in salaries 38%. Just for the record, I want to get the correct percentage where teachers are at 8%.
Thank you.
increase. But I understand what you're saying is that one of the deans, especially, it may be true for everyone, that they're wearing multiple hats.
Yes.
So you see them as
Yes,
still
all the positions
several
that,
different seats. And it's like compensating them.
yes, and then also get them to the point where it's compatible to other schools, because a typical head of school makes about $80,000. We can't afford to pay a head of school $80,000 a year one.
I'm only gonna say this for my counselor friends who might be listening, so I don't get beat when I get home, is to be the person that's gonna be the registrar for, and then, and at any moment in time may need to be there for a student in need. I would just say that, you know, obviously this is an initial budget you all put together, but I would really think strongly for, especially in an area where you're talking about in the need. I'm imagining there's gonna be a high number of Title I, free and reduced kids. They're gonna need support. And so
Yes.
that's a really heavy job for that person. So I don't know where maybe a part-time registrar or someone might fit in to keep that person free to be able to handle any of the needs so that they're equipped and the kids are equipped and ready to go into the classrooms. That's just
Absolutely,
just a-
absolutely. So we do year two plan on having a school operations support staff starting in year two. Yes, to assist with that.
you know, or, you know, just a note for future reference too, is, you know, there are ways to source out back office support that you don't end up paying, benefits or anything like that too, until you get a stable climate where you can have an on-site person to be able to do those kinds of things. Or there are people out there that offer those kinds of options for you so that you can free folks up and not have to worry about retirement, social security benefit, all that kind of stuff.
Thank you.
I'm concerned about the same position, but for a slightly different reason. And it depends a lot on how you lay out your responsibilities, but a lot of times a dean of students is someone who's interacting in restorative justice or discipline, or however you frame that. But to put a counselor in that role is a conflict of interest for that counselor in that licensed area. So you don't want that counselor supporting and interacting with the family in one way and then giving discipline.
Oh,
And however
absolutely.
it's framed. So just the terminology and how that's run depends on your school, but I wanted to put
Yes.
that out too.
Well, I will say that person will not interact in that role. It will always be in restorative justice and not in discipline. It will be the the head of school and dean academics that will be in charge of that.
So transition slightly, if I may, but we can come back to budget. Do you have a budget question?
Maybe. So in the budget, the numbers for your lease seem extremely low, and I would like to understand maybe why. And I have two or three things related to transportation that Ms. Parlay brought up vans while ago, but kind of the connectivity. I think that I'd like to understand, what transportation looks like, who's doing it. At one place, you say you're going to have a 25% driver, but you budget $10,500. So I need to understand that. And then I also want to ask about the school leader, Ms. Cherry, who it appears is currently the head of a child care facility.
Yes.
Would she be doing both jobs?
No.
Or is she leaving the child care facility?
Yes.
Okay.
But that is her current employment because we don't have a school.
Yeah, sure. I understand. Just trying to connect it all. Because I could see the daycare feeding into the school pretty well, but from,
Well, it's a great window for partnership opportunities. Yes.
I'll pause there for answers.
I want to go back somewhat to the beginning. It's a lot of competition in this area. A lot of schools saying or actually are serving, this population that's of high need. I'm in an elevator with you and we're going up 6 stories. What's your pitch? Why am I sending my kid to your school?
Right now,
Yeah.
you're sending them here because we're passionate. We believe in our students. We love our students, and we are not just educating. We're not drilling multiplication facts. We are teaching them how to live in society. We're teaching them how to be in charge of their emotions, how to deal with challenges, how to be leaders, how to how to approach situations in a meaningful way, teaching them how to respond to situations that is going to be best impactful to them. We are also driven by personalized learning. We're going to be driven by data to implement this personalized learning. We're going to be looking at several avenues. We're going to be diving into teacher professional development. Our teachers will be equipped with what they need. All of our teachers will be trained on Orton Gillingham approach to teaching. There will be a heavy phonics-based sound of research of science of reading. Teachers will be able to take any curriculum and make it multisensory. They will be able to make learning more meaningful, where following the science, they can make those neurological connections in the brain to make learning lasting.
Thank you.
But also, we're driven by excellence. And I really feel comfortable saying this, that I managed a magnet program in this zip code. Ms. Hull was a teacher in that program. That is our connection. She was formidable in her work. So when she asked about starting a charter school in this zip code, I was all for it. I was all, how can I help? What can we do? We have other community partnerships that we're working on. So I think that that whole piece, the social emotional component, is certainly important, but academically, these students can grow. These students can achieve. They just need the right circumstances, right frameworks, and more importantly, the right people demanding that from them.
I haven't said anything up until this point, but just let me just chime in here. I'm a public school teacher with 37 years of experience, nearly 100% in Title I schools. So what I know about these students is that they're differently educated. And what we have decided as educators is to pursue the differently educated piece. We are not just giving facts and figures. We're teaching these children how to live in an environment that is extremely challenging. I lived in 28208, so I know how different it is from 28216 or 28213. I know how different. And these children will relate to us because we are from that environment. We live there, we work there. The church that we're looking at is the church I attend. So we're familiar and very comfortable with this environment. And excellence is indeed what we are focused on.
Yeah.
Ms. Worthy, you're Mrs. Worthy.
Yes, I'm assistant board chair.
Did you also found the Young Victors?
Young Victors Christian Day School, yes.
So are they still operating?
No, ma'am.
What, can you tell me what happened there?
Ran out of money.
Okay.
We attempted to become a private school, and
Mhm.
private school requires funding.
Mhm.
And we did not get the funding at the rate that our school was growing. We were in zip code 28208,
Mhm.
and our parents could not afford to pay the tuition.
Okay,
And
thank
that's what
you.
happened to us.
Of your existing board members, how many plan to work for the school to become staff?
Because I am about to retire from public school, I am going to be a volunteer. So as a result, you won't need my name with the salary attached to it. But I have a commitment to Ms. Hall, I was going to say Maria, to Ms. Hall and to Africa, because I've worked with them in this project for years. So at least 3 of us.
Yeah, I'm currently a PhD student. I'm currently writing my dissertation at UNC Charlotte, PhD in special education. I have no desire to work at the charter school. However, I will be on call for Ms. Hull for whatever she needs. And as the board president, as you know, that's a heavily involved position, so I'm present. We've been meeting for over 18 months now.
And if I just may add, I also am a doctoral student at Fayetteville State University in educational leadership.
So you know Dr. Darrell Allison.
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
You need to introduce yourself. Go say hello.
So wait, 37 years in education and now you're a doctoral student.
You know, so, and that becomes a question.
Lifelong learner.
Now, because I'm a lifelong learner.
Sure, sure.
Again, how many passengers will it have?
Passenger van, 2 vans.
2 van 25. Mr. Go ahead, you're not finished.
Again, how many passengers for your van?
15 passengers, 2 vans.
Oh, you might want to check that again.
Okay.
I thought your application said 10 to
15
5.
passenger vans are lift down and
Don't
find.
do that.
It wouldn't have said
Can't
that.
use that. I have a question. Is your zip code, are you talking about, is it around the Billy Graham area near the airport, near Steel Creek? Where is?
Freedom Drive.
West Boulevard.
It's the West Boulevard.
Yes.
Clinton
Boulevard.
Road, yes.
West Boulevard.
West Boulevard and what?
West Boulevard, Clinton, West Boulevard, Renaissance right there,
Oh, I know where that is.
all of that.
There is a lot of competition in that area.
Sure, sure.
Just a future planning thing, because I feel like I'm chiming in and throwing these things out you may not have thought of, but those 15 passenger minivans can't be on the road with students in them. So do look into, there's a lot of areas that are auctioning off like minibuses, and you get them for a pretty good brand new. They're pretty expensive, but you can find some if you look at some auto auction sites or even some local places where they're closing down business and need to get rid of a small bus. That'll help you out.
Okay, thank you so much. We have been gifted those. We have not yet accepted. So we would definitely be looking into that. Thank you.
We only have 2 minutes left. Can you give us a really quick summary of your facility plans?
Yeah, so a summary of our facility plans, we do plan on operating inside of a church. They have several classrooms that we can rent out and use, especially in our first 2 years. We even have the opportunity, they do have enough classrooms for us to be in within our 3rd year. Just because, plans for building and operating or finding a building, renting a new building and space could be time consuming, or even constructing a building. So our plan is to buy land. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of land in that zip code. So we might have to move a zip code or 2 over for that land. And we have looked at that. So we are looking into writing grants so that we can secure funding for the building of our school and move forward with a contractor to provide a space for our students.
Have you guys walked through this facility with a fire inspector to see if it would get an educational certificate of occupancy? So it has a sprinkler system?
Yes.
Awesome.
Exit door.
Very
everything.
rare.
Yes.
Very
everything.
rare.
When the building was built, it's my church. So when the building was built, it was built with the anticipation that a school would be there.
Awesome. All right, great
And
information.
it also
Thank you.
has a basketball court
Because a lot of people
and a
walk,
cafeteria and gymnasium.
a lot of people walk into facilities thinking that's what they're going to get and find out they can't qualify for an occupancy certificate. So good.
So will you be paying a rent to the church, or are they providing the space at no cost? What's that financial arrangement?
No, it's not at no cost. It's going to be at a cost.
Yes.
Yes. So the rent will be per classroom.
And enough office space as well?
Yes.
Does the church operate a school? So the church no longer operates a school out of that facility?
Church never did. The church never did. When the church built the building, the former pastor who was the erector of that building built it with the plan that there would be a school there. So he passed away before that happened.
How old is the building?
8 years old.
8, okay. Okay, we got time for maybe one more question. If not, we'll give you your 10 minutes for a closing statement.
Sure. So in 2014, you may know the name Raj Chetty. He published an article in the Journal of Economics. And in that article, he highlighted that upward mobility is a significant problem in the United States. We've talked a lot about it being super competitive in this particular zip code. That is true. However, Raj Chetty talks about students are not able to actually participate in this society because they don't have enough upward mobility. This zip code in Charlotte is one of the highest for lack of upward mobility. In fact, out of 50 cities, Charlotte was ranked 50 out of 50. As in, if you are born in poverty here, you stay in poverty. So that is our why. That is why we are committed to this. We believe and we know that we can do it and do it at a higher level. It is unacceptable that only one of those schools has a B. rating in that area. That's unacceptable. I know you all feel the same passion around that. That's why we're doing this. Charter school movement is designed to create opportunities for these students to have a different way that is innovative, have different responsibilities placed on them. All of that comes together with Bright Scholars. And that's the opportunity that we would like.
I just wanted to give a final pitch, that elevator pitch, only to the third floor though. We are educators, and we'll say it again. We are not necessarily businessmen or women, but what I can tell you is there are business people on the board. Small business owners, I was one, Africa Cherry is one, 2 MBAs, and people who have had opportunities to delve into finances, to allocate funds, to make certain those funds are appropriately appropriated. The point I'm trying to make is charter schools are designed to be different. I am a public school teacher, currently Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools, but what I know is we are not allowed to innovate to the degree we'd like to. So in a charter school, we have freedom to do that. And in that particular zip code, we are looking for an opportunity to work with the children who have the needs that we are familiar with, that we can talk about, that we can live with, that they can live with us. Because we are from that neighborhood, because we live there and work there and worship there, we know them and they know us. That makes a difference.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. It's our time to sort of deliberate amongst ourselves.
Thank you.
Thoughts? Thank you. Thoughts, comments, questions?
I know they have 2 MBAs on their board. I know Aunt Regina wrote about extensively managing budgets and dealing with finances. So I believe they're bringing that competency to the board's operations. Yeah, thank you. I know they're bringing that financial competency to the board operations with Regina's experience and Mr. Connors himself, having earned a Wake MBA, also dealing with financials. And I see the strength there. I had concerns about the budget as I reviewed it, as you did. You know, there are ways it could work. Obviously budgets have to be adjusted over time. I would want them to consider teachers receiving more than 1.5% raise each year when the administrators are more over the 5-year period at 38% increase. Teachers could be, compensated at a better increase than that year over year. And as you mentioned, I mean, this is an underserved population. They've projected 75% free and reduced lunch in their weighted lottery. So they hope they hit that target, but then the counseling is not there. So concerned about that position as well as the EC. And then there's not a financial, though again, they have it on the board, but the financial administrator, there's not a full-time financial person until year 5. And so who's managing all of that in those first 4 years? I guess those were the greater concerns. I know we didn't talk much about curriculum, but the Orton Gillingham reading methodology and their 90 minutes of uninterrupted instruction, that reading block, all of that sounded good, like a good plan. And they've studied that and have done some of the academic work and instructional methods. So I'm interested in what my friends here on the board think about, particularly those budget concerns.
Yeah, I think the economy of scale, teacher salaries don't go up that much, administrators do, but with the number of students you increase, you're going to increase faculty, teachers, right? So where's the money coming from to pay the administrators more? It doesn't seem to me like it equals out as you go forward. So, and then there's going to be other needs that creep up too, with regard to support staff and things of that nature that you don't know you need until it's right there in front of you, right? And I don't know that that's been planned out. I think the spreadsheet was kind of just filled out across to say, well, we're going to increase this number and this is how much they're going to make, and really maybe not some thought into what the support staff's going to need to be to support
the students at risk, quite
Mhm.
frankly.
Other comments?
When it comes to things like, I mean, it's obvious that the passion is there. I just, knowing that there's gonna be a tough market in that area already. And just thinking through, what, I guess what's the site location. I'm not familiar with the site location. I just get conflicted with knowing that this is a group that has a passion to want to do something, just not sure that I'm 100% confident in all this gone into the thoughts to setting it up and making it work.
I
Would you
agree.
have them back to recreate the budget?
Mhm.
You think they
You know,
would have-
Yeah, I think, Dr. Elridge, that, I think that what you're articulating is a lot of what I'm feeling. I think there are some nuggets, and there are certainly some things in the ed plan that are neat, that are innovative. As Bart pointed out, there's a lot of education expertise on this board, but if half the board is becoming staff, I think that there are things around the structure other than just education, but the structure of how you run a school, how it day-to-day works, how it operates, that I'm not seeing.
Well, I do know that Willie Worthy and Iris Cotton operated a business. So they have operated a business in the past. I guess it went from around 92 to what year? To 99, so about 7 years of experience there. And running an operation, meeting a bottom line, making it work. I agree. I have some hesitancy about their preparedness, and as well as the interest and the demand level. They had a small survey that they uploaded and a few community support letters. And I know they have about 20 months. We're about 20 months out from opening. But it's always good to see a lot of that, if not demand, at least interest, a lot of interest being communicated.
Would anyone like to make a motion?
It would have been good to have data about some of the schools, the closest proximity, some of the schools in that area, if they had brought us. I don't recall seeing that in the application, but I bet it was there. So that we could get a sense of the closest schools and how their performance and their demand or not, wait list or not, those kinds of things.
That has expressed interest. And we also have question 115, we get the data from the school. Here we talk about how the schools in that area are really good at that area. 10 out of the 11 schools have significantly low efficiency rates, especially ones in academically disadvantaged suburbs.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'm gonna cut you off just for, yeah.
I was speaking into it.
Yeah, the short answer is that David, it was in there. So,
Okay, so yes, do I need to repeat
no,
anything?
we're good, thank you.
Okay,
And we're good.
Now back to the survey. Were those from parents who had children of school age?
Yes.
yes.
Or were they all over?
So 90% of them had children of school age, 90% of our support, yes.
Board members, other thoughts? Sure.
Someone mentioned, I think it was Todd, saying that some board members would become
So,
employed by the?
yes, that number was inaccurate.
I'm
so
sorry, I think
sorry. I'm
this
so
is our
sorry.
time. Yeah, it's
Let
okay.
me turn this.
Yes.
Do you know how many have indicated that or who that was?
I do not, but the answer when I asked was 3.
I'll throw it out. Here's my thoughts. I think the passion is there. I think that the need is there for sure. I'm gonna echo comments of my colleague here to my left that were stated this morning about an applicant that did a fine job in their first interview, but there was still a lot of unanswered questions, things we thought they needed to button up a little bit. And that's kind of how I feel right now. And that the bar is high and there's nothing wrong with asking the applicant to go back to the table and address some of the questions and concerns that were raised today and come back with a better and stronger application the next go around. That's how I'm feeling right now. I know that's discouraging for the applicant to hear that, but I think that if they have the fortitude and determination, I'd want them to come back.
And to add to that is also with a facility already in place, there could be a fast track application if they were able to do that, which would maybe speed up the timeline for when the school could get open. Is that?
Well, if it were fast tracked, it would be the same timeline on opening. It'd still be opening in 2026, if approved. But
So
a
that
big
would-
if, right?
That would give that, when do the applications open back up for the next?
Last Friday in January.
So last Friday in January would give them between now and that time period to be able to take any feedback that was given today to make adjustments to the application and fast track and still be able to open up at the same time if approved.
That is factually correct if approved.
I would not encourage anyone to pursue fast track.
Well, I mean, if we're saying that we're talking about an applicant that's already come this way and has got a certain, I would say that for anybody that's brand new, but someone that's already come this way and is going to get feedback from this board to be able to make any corrections that might increase their chances in a fast track. If that was the applicant's desire to open up at the same timeline, so I'm just throwing that out there as a.
One positive of this application is the facilities. That's such a big problem for so many applicants. And the fact that they have a place that they can open up is a real positive. I'll go back to my initial comment. I think the board needs to be a little more robust. And there are a lot of charter schools in the Charlotte-Mecklenburg area. I would look around for somebody who has worked with a charter school in some financial position and try to get them on board and on your board. That I think that would, one of the toughest things that I feel like I have to deal with here is when we have schools that aren't making it financially, where people are really committed, but they don't make it financially, and that's just gut wrenching. And doing what needs to be done on the front end to kind of ensure that that doesn't happen is more important to me now than it was 2 years ago when I first showed up.
My comment, I'm going to make a decision not on my gut, but on my heart, which is totally against what I normally do. But this is a highly educated board. Their target's 96 students. They've got a facility for them. You're in a very competitive, tough area. I personally have confidence that you can do it. You're exactly right. Your board needs to get more business people on it. Everything that's been said. But I'll make a motion that we move this application to ready to open.
Okay, we have a motion to approve this application to Ready to Open status. Would anyone like to second? We have a second.
Which means we open for discussion.
Open for discussion.
I'm curious because there are so many schools in this area. And we talk to a lot of school leaders, and I know a lot of those school leaders who are bringing some of the same passion that you have, yet are showing the performance grades. You know, what is Bright Scholars doing differently that will compel some of the goals here that they're putting forward for academics? What is so different? And it's a good application, but the specifics of the innovation and the content, and aside from just being passionate, what might be different that compels them to that level beyond the competition?
Other thoughts or questions?
I just think it's a really competitive marketplace. I think it's great to have a facility. I don't think that's a reason to approve a charter. And there seemed like there were a lot of questions, and I am very much in favor of saying no. Should it not be a really clear Dave knows I'm not a heart or a gut person, I guess. I don't know. I got a big heart, but I also really sweat the small stuff. And I do think when you compare a Granite and the kind of resounding clarity around that needs to be the bar, given the scope of investment of time on the applicant's part, the state's time, and the average 5-year financial commitment of state taxpayer dollars, about $15 million for every charter school. So are we ready to award a $15 million state grant? That's the question I try to ask myself.
But
I'm gonna break the thing. Sorry.
to Alex, I think you're right. I think that we're comparing, Granite had so many more answers, but they didn't the first time they did this. And they came together today, and there's no one on this board that lacked the confidence that they were going to get this done. And I think that this group has that ability as well, but I don't think they're there today.
I would just comment that while I'm going to vote against this motion, I would also say I don't think there is a bar. I think schools come in here with different ambitions and different missions, and the bar is dependent upon what event you're trying to compete in. And so I feel like I'm not afraid to allow a school to come into an area where there's a lot of competition already and try to win the competition. But as I said, my concern is they're not ready at this point to win that competition, because I don't think they have the expertise currently to handle the financial burdens, financial management burdens that are going to be placed on them. But I think that's curable.
Yeah, again, we have a motion to move Bright Scholars to RTO. We have a second. Any further discussion on that motion?
I think I want to express the fact that I really concur with Dave on this. I think this group, they come with a depth of experience as well as education and training, or a real, they've got a deep bench of leaders there. And they have over a year to continue preparation, to tweak the budget, to bring on new board members. Location is critical, and they're trying to make a relatively small impact right there in their own community. It's not like we're looking for 500 kids or 1,000 kids, or that they're taking on more than a board, could manage if they haven't served on a board before. And I think I think that they have demonstrated through their application the willingness to do what it takes and the passion and the grit to stay in there. So I intend to vote to move them forward.
Just one final comment on a broader scale. I agree. The bar is something that's tricky to discern. That's why I always try to look at exemplars, just like you do an exemplar teacher, and then you say, where is this teacher? And then where is the teacher that's not performing at that level? And how do we coach that teacher up to that level? I do feel like this is where more data because I do believe in data. I think there is a track record of schools that start really small, missing their enrollment targets, falling below, particularly in a competitive environment. I'm not saying you shouldn't start small. There's upside to that. But we've also seen a lot of consistency in this also with schools that start small and can barely hang on. And then also even, again, running a small school is actually really financially difficult in the long term. So at 288, I don't think they're actually 5 years in attaining scale where the financials begin to really work, because it's just bodies. More students. You don't need to hire one principal with 500 kids. You hire one principal with 288 kids, you're doing a lot of the same stuff. That's why public schools put 2,000 kids in a building, right? So I just think, I'm not saying we want all big schools. I would put these aspects under the category of you are very passionate and clearly have a lot of skill in as part of this work. What you're trying to do is uniquely difficult. So small school, competitive environment, student population that historically deserves the best schools, but has many charter schools are frankly perpetuating low performance in low income communities. And we all believe we can do better, but I would just say the data is stacked against them. So I just think we got a great potential building. Like, I think this is ripe to come back for another round and really get better. And the more data we can have, OCS, the better.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, the motion on the table, as a reminder, is that Bright Scholars be moved to RTO. We had a motion and a second. Ashley, let's do a roll call vote.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Nay.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Who's that? Nay.
okay. Todd Godby,
Nay.
Bart Danielson,
Nay.
Shelley Show,
Nay.
John Eldridge,
No.
Alex Quigley.
Nay.
Okay, it does not pass. Someone else want to make another motion?
Please do take the feedback and come back next year. There was some talk about a fast track or an accelerated. Those are very hard. I don't know if you would be able to meet the bar for the demand, but I think with a little more work, you can have this application ready and you can work on your board, but keep that passion. Okay, those students in that area need a school like yours.
So we need to make a different motion. I'll go ahead and make a motion that we do not move Bright Scholars to RTO.
I would,
Part. Discussion.
I would just say again, I wouldn't take this as a no, so much as a let's get it better. Because Dave is right. We need a school in that area.
And I concur.
Yeah, I concur too. I'm making the motion to not move you forward, but I hope I see you back behind that podium. Yeah. Let's do a roll call vote, actually.
Okay, Stephen Gay,
Motion, yeah.
to not approve. Not move forward.
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Nay.
Dave Machado,
Respectfully, no.
Hilda Parlay,
Nay.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Okay, this motion passes.
Please come back.
Thank you. Please come back. Yes. Okay, everyone, long day and we have a busy day tomorrow. We will be reconvening tomorrow at 9 a.m. Motion to adjourn.
That makes sense. You can change.
Saying how, vote.
I know. And it makes it possible. I've started to make a motion on that, just to get the vote out there and see how people feel. Just go ahead and make a motion.